Good morning. We're back at it again. Although today we are taking a break from doing admin of code, and today we're actually going to build some projects. We're going to start, that's I think what we're going to spend the week doing, is building projects. So, good morning. I'm a Alright, let's pin this message. Alright, here we go. Also, I should probably check to make sure that our members list doesn't need updated. Let's see, studio members. Nope, we're good. Alright, so what are we building? We're basically going to build a Linktree website, which we've already kind of started on. Link, let's see, GitHub. Oops, that's not what I want. links.stephenfreeborn.com. Let's see this thing. Let's do some stuff here. Let's do this. Links. Go. This will eventually live at links.stephenfreeborn.com. Alright. Let's see where we are with this guy. We're not too far along in this project, honestly. We're like right at the beginning. Right at the beginning of it. So let's go cd links.stephenfreeborn.com. This will be a nice change of pace, though, from all those admin of code problems we've been doing. Which those were fun. It's just, I think it's a good idea to not burn myself out on it before the real thing shows up, you know. We're building. Let's see, localhost. I think I did localhost 777. Why is this taking so long to build? Oh, there we go. Dang, that took a long time to build. Okay, that's at 100% view, right? Yeah, that's at 100% view, so that's way too small, isn't it? Okay, so we need to change that. We need to fix that. So this is all going to be a lot of styling because it's basically just static files. Let's get this caffeine bumping. So we want to be able to alt-tab between our links page and our code. So there we go. We're alt-tabbing, we're alt-tabbing, we're alt-tabbing. And then we also need to go into open up our styles. So we're going to have styles. We're also going to need our template buffer probably. And what else? I think that's it. So I think the goal for today will be to get this into like a semi-presentable state and then get a GitHub workflow set up to deploy it to my server, get Nginx set up to serve requests to it, get it Dockerized. I think that would be a good goal for today, and then we can iterate on the actual site once we have all that stuff in place. We just open PRs, merge the PRs, and go from there. Yeah? Sound good? Sound like a good plan, chat? Also, good morning if you're here. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. I'm on Thanksgiving break, so no work for me today. Just streaming and hanging out with my family. Lifting some weights probably at some point. I think the only thing I have an issue with at the moment is the styling. So I think if we fix the styling, then we can Dockerize, then GitHub Action, then deploy it. Okay, so what do I want to do? I want to make all of this bigger. This is way too small. I think when I was developing this, I had my site zoomed in too much. So let's make my picture a little bigger. Where would that be at? It's gonna take me a minute to get back to web dev mode and out of leak code problem mode. Let's see. So we're gonna go. Where's my profile picture? So we have width of 100 pixels. So maybe we do 250. Yeah, I think that's better. And then we need a little bit of gap in this images container between the heading. So we have, let's see, we added this stuff. So this is going to be class, I guess, bio. Let me just do bio. And let's put a little bit of space between the image and the bio. So we'll do image container. We will do, I don't know, flex, display. Whoops, that's backwards. Display flex, and then we'll do flex direction is column. And we'll do a gap of maybe not 1 rem, maybe 0.5 rem. Yeah, that's okay. Maybe actually a little bit more. I think we want more gap between the links and the image section. So let's do 1 rem here. And then for the body, let's set this to 2 rem. Let's see if we get a little bit more separation. Yeah, I think that looks a little better. I think I'm okay with the size of my name here. I obviously need to fill in the bio section, and I think I'm just going to copy that from one of my other social sites to start with. We'll do Blue Sky. I'm not signed into Blue Sky. What? Let's see. Just copy this. Go here. Alt tab. All right, so obviously we know we need to change that. I don't like how it's left justified. So let's go back to the styles. Let's go to the images container. We'll do align items center. Or maybe it's justify content center. I can never remember which. The one you use when you're using Flexbox, which one you use to center it depends on your flex direction. Oh, I'm on the wrong. Hold on. Whoopsies. I'm on the wrong thing. I want bio. And I'm gonna do. Oh, maybe text align would be good. Text align center. Thank you, Copilot. Creatives. Have you used Tailwind before? I have used Tailwind before. I find that I still though prefer just doing good old vanilla CSS a lot of time. Even when I'm writing Vue or React, I usually in React I usually use CSS modules, and in Vue I just use scope CSS right in the component in the single file component. But yeah, I find I enjoy writing vanilla CSS more than I enjoy Tailwind. But Tailwind's nice. Bootstrap's nice. You know, they're all good. There's so many good options out there. You know, I think Tailwind and Bootstrap, those sort of utility first frameworks, I think they make so much sense for projects where there's more than one person working on them. You know, because CSS is one of those things where it's very easy for people to write the same class or the same styles for a single selector, you know, multiple times and not realize it, right? So I think from that perspective, having some sort of utility first framework makes a ton of sense. Multiple devs on a single project. Yeah, that's definitely the way to go. But for little old Steven in his basement, in his own projects, he just picks vanilla CSS, you know? Yeah, and then I probably do want, like, this is probably this can get probably way too wide. So let's assume that I've written like a really long bio. I don't know why I would do that. But let's say I copy and paste, let's see, VI bracket. No, that's not what I want. VI. Is there a way I can select everything between the two tags? Does anybody know how to do that in Vim? There's got to be a way. I don't know what that is, but there's got to be a way. All right, let's just say like I've made this like way too long, right? Way too long. We probably don't want it going that wide, so let's do two things. Let's change the width of this. So let's change the width to like, I don't know. Copilot seems to seem 400 pixels is good, but I would much prefer to work in root element units. So what's 400 divided by 16? 25 rem. Okay. Okay, that's too narrow. That looks dumb. Let's do 40 rem maybe. Do I have another max size on here? I don't think I do. Do I? Which is fine. Which is fine. Which is fine. Yeah, I think that's okay. I almost kind of think this should be left justified. What do you guys think? I think this would almost look better if it was left justified instead of centered. And also let me write a better bio. Let's see. Man, chat, you're quiet this morning. I hope you guys are doing well. Either I'm missing all your chats or y'all are just quiet, which is totally fine. It's totally fine to be quiet. What's up, Gamer Topics? Hello, Ahmad. Hey, well, there's chat. How y'all doing? Good to see you guys. All right, so I think I'm gonna write. Don't judge me for my bio, okay? I'm a 32-year-old dad of 2 who enjoys drinking coffee, lifting weights, and solving problems with code. So I think this needs to be left aligned. Man, I could fuss over styling for like days. Man. I just fuss over it way too much. So we'll do, actually what we'll do is we'll do bio max width, then we'll do bio h1 is going to be text align center, I think. And then bio, the other one's already left aligned, I think, by default. Nope, I think I like the center. Alright, now we need to do something about these links. These links are way too small. Let's also do display flex direction is column. We'll put a gap of like 0.5 or 0.25 rem. Just a little bit of space. Not a lot, but just a little bit. Okay. And then we need to make these links bigger. Those links are really small. What was I thinking? I do CSS in the browser and DevTools, can stamp the Alt tab. That's not a bad idea either. Actually, I mentioned that that's always usually part of my workflow too. If I don't quite know what I want to do or how I want it to look, DevTools is great for that. I do Lua. Yeah, I've heard good things about Lua. My only experience with Lua has been with configuring NeoVim, but I've heard people talk about Lua being a great language, and a lot of people say that's very useful for doing like Roblox mods, apparently. Cyberlinka. Hey man, any thoughts about the current job market going into 2026? Well, good morning, Cyberlinka. My thought process on the job market is kind of strange for most people. So what's my thought? My thought is that getting a job sucks. It always has, always will. Companies make it difficult to get hired, profession, what industry you are in. At least in my personal experience in my life, I've worked in like 6 different industries across many different roles at this point, and it's always sucked. It just sucks. Yeah, sometimes jobs are in more demand, times jobs are in less demand, but that whole process just sucks. And so, in my opinion, the only attitude you should have is I'm going to be extremely enthusiastic and persistent in my pursuit of a job, and I'm going to hustle my ass off and my face off until I get a job. Then, once you have a job, you can worry about finding the right job, right? But that I'm just kind of I come from a small town in southwest Missouri, and I just don't believe in overcomplicating things. I think way too many software engineers and software developers overcomplicate and over obsess over the interviewing and hiring process. Like I don't see the same thing in other professions. Like I don't hear food scientists or civil engineers or lawyers or uh, business analysts. I don't hear other groups of people complain and bitch over the interview and hiring process and the job search process the way software developers do. It's a very interesting and unique phenomenon. It's just like getting a job sucks. It always has, always will. And so the only way to deal with that is just an unbelievable amount of enthusiasm and persistence to overcome the challenges. I make games as a 14-year-old, pretty proud of myself. That's awesome. You should be proud of yourself, man. That's awesome. Good for you, dude. Any particular style of game you like to build? Like you like to build RPG type stuff, first person shooters? Like what's your flavor of choice? Good morning, Matthew. Started learning Kotlin for Android apps. Nice. Yeah, I don't know anything about mobile development. Total noob. Ahmed got laid off 1 year ago. Oh, that sucks, dude. I'm really sorry to hear that. That orange was super sour. I'm really sorry to hear that, man. Now live on freelancing. Well, that's cool. Do you like the freelancing thing? Is it hard to keep business, like keep clients? When I was in personal training, that was always the rat race. Like when you're the person that's delivering the service, but you're also the person who has to get new business, it's kind of a rat race because like where do you spend your day, right? Do you spend your day chasing new clients? Do you spend your day focusing on delivering excellent service to the clients you already have? It's difficult. It's difficult. RPG or tower defense? Nice. I love tower defense games. Love them. Loved them since I was like 14 or 15, and I got my first iPod Touch. My mom got me an iPod Touch, and I played. I don't remember the name of the game, but there was a particular tower defense game on the App Store back when the Notes pad looked like a real notepad, or the Notes app looked like a real notepad. UCOC Lewes. I just start Laravel in 2025. Is that bad? No. I mean, I've heard really good things about the PHP, in particular, really good things about the Laravel community. I've never used it myself, but I know people have built entire careers off working in PHP and specifically working in Laravel, so I don't think it's bad at all. Taylor Otwell, the guy that created Laravel, he's actually from kind of my neck of the woods. He's based in Northwest Arkansas, I think, or Southwest Arkansas, maybe Central Arkansas, but like 3 or 4 hours south of where I grew up. And I didn't know that. Like, I didn't know that there was somebody that was like a big tech person that was from the Midwest. which is pretty cool. But he seems like a super nice guy. I've heard really good things. I've heard people say that basically their Laravel community has some of the nicest folks in the tech industry. So I think that's a huge win. Freelancing is not stable like before. Now people tend to do the big work using AI and call you to fix the slop. Oh, that's I mean, if that's the kind of work you want to do, you know, I guess that's, you know, but that doesn't sound like the kind of work I'd want to do myself. But you know, I understand you got to make a living, right? And sometimes you got to do the work nobody else wants. Let's see, 1 rem, maybe 2 rem, 3 rem, maybe. Oh, that's I want 1 rem. No, I don't think I want that. Maybe 0.5, 7.5. Maybe let's see, align items or width of. Oops. I think I kind of want them to be like full width. When I see other people's Linktree sites, they seem like these links take up like. They already are, aren't they? So maybe I need to make this guy bigger. Yeah, let's look at somebody else's Linktree. I always feel like the link trees I see are. Who's got a Linktree that we know of? I don't even know any creators off the top of my head that have Linktrees. Linktree examples. I was creating a brick break game with a Minecraft style, but never released it because of fear of copyright for the art. Yeah, I don't know how all that works, but yeah, I would be kind of scared of copyright things. If I thought that there was a potential of being like sued, yeah, I would probably err on the side of safety. Yeah, see, these people go all the way across. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Is we're gonna go. So the nav is full size. The UL, we could probably recreate that. We could say 100%. But we probably want like a max width. So we could do width is 100%, but the max it can go to is 40 rem. Or maybe 30 rem. Yeah, maybe we do that. What does it look like on a mobile device? How do we do that again? There we go. Yeah, I think it looks fine. Let's see. Let's do an iPhone. They don't have an iPhone 14. Yeah, that's fine. This is fine. I do think that we should have something like along the bottom though, because it kind of looks like the site just like ends abruptly, which is kind of weird. I mean, obviously we could put a lot more links on there too. I'm not gonna obsess over this too much though, because ideally. I think there's too much padding now too. So let's do width of 100%. Let's also make the font size like of the actual links themselves. Let's make the font size a little larger. So yeah, let's do like a quarter larger. Or maybe we do 125. Okay. And let's do padding. Let's do 5 rim. And let's do 1.5. Yeah, I'm okay with that. And now let's add some icons. So we have our font. So at the end of the day, we're actually going to have these links be stored externally. But for now, we're just storing them inline to make the design and everything a little bit easier. Let's see. So we'll get some icons put in here, and then we'll be off to the races. So we're using Font Awesome icons, and I think they have icons for all these social sites. So let's go find those. Let's see. Font Awesome. Which, if you guys know about Font Awesome, they're obviously a really great project. But they also launched a new thing called Web Awesome, which, if you're in the front end space or you like to work on the front end, this is a really cool project. It's all based on the Web Components API. So this would be not Web Components like I'm writing React, but Web Components like the browser API, which means that you can essentially use these components in any style of front end, Vue, React, right? Whatever framework you're working with, you can use this set of components. And they're free and they work out of the box. They have all kinds of they've got great usability and accessibility by default. So this is a really cool new project. It's only been out. It was in beta for a little bit, but they finally released it, and it's only been released for a little while. Pretty cool. Font Awesome acquired Shoelace. They did indeed acquire Shoelace, which is where the Web Components project kind of originated out of. So there's a lot of, like, if you go and look at the repo for the Web Components project or Web Awesome project, you see the vestiges of the Shoelace acquisition, which Shoelace was great too. It's just, I think it's nice when you can put like the actual resources of an actual company behind something. Obviously things get a lot more time and attention. Actually, the guy who founded Font Awesome went to the same college that I did. How's that? How about that for a small world? What's his name? I don't know if it was Dave Gandy or if it was Travis. One of these two guys went to the same college I went to. I don't think it was this guy. What? Font Awesome founder, Missouri Southern State University. Yeah, I don't think it was him. It must have been this guy, Travis Chase. View on LinkedIn. Yeah, see? Look. We both went to Missouri Southern. Isn't that cool? It's kind of cool to see people that are like doing kind of important things in the tech scene that like kind of like are tangentially related to your world, you know? But he went there in 99 and I went there in 2011. So he's much older than I am. Let's see. So let's do icons. We need a GitHub, we need a LinkedIn, we need a blog one. So we'll do this one for the LinkedIn. I'm not gonna lie, this is a little bit more enjoyable than solve. I mean, admin of code's fun, but man, it's nice to have a break from it. We're gonna need a little bit of gap between there, but let's get the rest of those icons. So what do we want to do for the blog? What icon makes most sense for a blog? An RSS feed, maybe? I do have an RSS feed for my blog, I'm pretty sure. blog.stephenfreeborn RSS. Yeah, I have an RSS feed on my blog. So what makes the most sense? Just do this. Hey, good morning, Renee. Good to see you. You still get a good you do freelance work, Renee? Nice. I'm always curious about people that do freelance work. Like, how did they get started? And I've never done any freelancing in my tech career. I would consider like personal training a little bit like freelancing, but I have never done anything like that tech related. And so I'm always curious like how people approach the business aspect of it. It's particularly the sales and the marketing. My graduation project was an RSS aggregator using Django. Nice. Very cool. That sounds like a fun project. Let's do square. Let's just stick with our square theme here. Excuse me. Although I didn't pick LinkedIn Square, did I? So I probably should change that. You think I could guess the last one just by using the names of the naming of the icons? Let's see. If I had to guess, this should be YouTube. YouTube. Nice. Okay. So what do we want to do with this? I think we need to make these maybe a little bigger. And we probably need to gap them and also align them. They look a little off, not quite centered. So let's do link. Let's put a span around this guy. Okay, where do you work? Or do you earn any amount of money from somewhere? Oh, for sure. Yeah, I do. If you're curious about what I do professionally, or if you just want to like creep, I mean I get the urge too because I do it to creators I come across too. So if you want to creep on my professional history, you can just go to linkedin.stephenfreeborn.com, and that'll show you kind of my professional background. But currently, I work a 40-hour-a-week job. I'm on Thanksgiving break, so I took PTO. We at my company we get Thursday and Friday off just as company holidays, but I took Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, so I'm off all week this week. Yes. So no work this week, but normally, yeah, I work a 40-hour-a-week job just like everybody else. And what do I do for work is I'm a quality engineer for a web application. So I do a lot of manual and automated testing. But it's not like I don't just like make sure the buttons are red. You know, like the type of software we make is pretty involved. So if you're familiar with things like Squarespace, or not Squarespace, WordPress, or if you're familiar with things like Salesforce or ServiceNow, anything that's kind of like a no-code, low-code platform, it's like that. Which means like the testing, the validation of the platform is actually it's fairly, I think, fairly challenging work. But I enjoy it a lot. It's a lot of fun. And then in my free time, I like to make YouTube content and write blog posts and just make things generally on the internet. Good morning, Toast Sage. Caxstone. Okay, I am from Kenya. There are less tech jobs. Yeah, I've never been to Kenya, and I wouldn't want to try to pretend like I know what's going on in Kenya, so I'd have to take your word for it. But hopefully, maybe you can find a job in Kenya or even outside Kenya if that's a possibility for you. Let's see, align items center. And let's also put a gap in there of 0.5 rem. Whoops. There you go. That doesn't look half bad. I think Font Awesome has sizing, doesn't it? Let's see. Font Awesome sizing. So we can do FA. I think I want to go a little bigger. So FA just normal, so must be medium. So let's try FA large. I'm not a designer, okay? So don't judge me for my design decisions. I just do what looks good to my eyes. Yeah, I like the large. And maybe the spacing is like a little bit too much. Try Google icons, straight copy paste SVG instead of font. Awesome. So I would normally use SVG, but the reason we're not using SVG is because likely this site is the links for this site are going to come from an external data source, and I'm going to make the icon text, the class text, a part of the structured data. So what I mean by that is I'm basically going to have like, how do I explain this? Where's my handler at? So in my handler, I'm gonna have structured data that's like this. Yeah, and so instead of trying to dynamically load in different SVGs, I just went with the simplest route, which is I'm gonna use a font that somebody else has provided for me, a CSS file that someone else has provided for me that has all the icons, and then I'm just going to specify the specific icon here as text. So it'll be like FA, square YouTube or something like that. But to start with, we're just doing in static HTML for now. But the reason for that, the reason why I'm going to load it from an external source is so that I can update the links without having to redeploy the whole app every time. Which it's honestly half a dozen or the other, right? Like, it's just a static site, so deploying it, not a big deal. But I am new to Go. I am new to building things with Go. So the other reason to do it externally was so that we could learn how to fetch data from an external source, which is something I don't know how to do in Go. So just another way to force a learning opportunity. Good morning, Pablo. How are you doing, sir? You're back, and we appreciate you being here. Let's see, I think I'm going to change this to 2. All right, I think I'm happy with that. I think now I just want to deploy it. I mean, there's definitely things we could do to, like, polish it, Like, I think, like, maybe that's too wide. The fact that it can go that wide is not good, so maybe we... Oh, I should have a max width. I think I forgot to set that. What do we want? We want this on our UL. Where is it? So we want a max width of 40 rem, I think is what we want. Max width of 40 rem, maybe? What happened? Why is it not reloading? Oh, is that within the max width, maybe? Oh, did my thing crash? My thing crashed. What? Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's what I thought. It just wasn't reloading. It took a really long time to build. Yeah, that's better. So then on a mobile device, it should basically fill the screen, and then on a web page, it will constrain it. Yeah. So now what we need to do is we need to figure out how to Dockerize this application. I don't know how to do that. So we're going to go on a little bit of a research. I think at the end of the day, I'm gonna have like a Docker file at the root. And then I'll also need a GitHub workflows folder. And I'm gonna need a deploy.yaml. And we'll eventually have a pull request one too. Because I probably also want to add some tests to this, just cause I can. I think it'd be interesting to figure out how I would write end-to-end tests for a project like this. I think it'd be pretty simple. I think we could just init a new Playwright project in the root and then start the Go server from our Playwright test code. Okay, but first we need to figure out how do we Dockerize a Go application? That's step numero uno. What you use for deployment / hosting. So I'll use GitHub Actions. So what I typically do is I think I have a drawing of this where I kind of explain my typical workflow these days with the Nginx configured on all those boxes. So Nginx will serve as essentially the web server, but it will act as a proxy, a reverse proxy to my application. So what I'll do is I'll Dockerize my Go app. So in my CI/CD process, I will build the Go app or build the image essentially. I'll push the image to Docker Hub. Then I will SSH into my server, pull that image down, run the image, and then I'll have Nginx configured to proxy requests from these sites or these domains to the Go app that's running in Docker. So that'll basically be that's how I deploy 95% of everything I build nowadays. Is just because most of the stuff I build is just for me. Like it's not getting a ton of traffic, so I don't need the ability to scale infinitely, and the virtual private servers I have are plenty beefy enough to handle the stuff that I'm putting on them, and it costs me nothing. I mean, I guess it costs me the electricity to run the server that's in my house, and probably, yeah. And then the free server I have in Oracle's cloud doesn't cost me anything really. I'm almost done with my AOC tool. We'll demo it soon. Yeah, man, I'd love to see it. Yeah, I think that would save me a lot of effort having an advent of code tool instead of copying and pasting stuff. That would save me a lot of trouble. The tool downloads the puzzle input data, creates a TypeScript file for my template, then watches for changes while I code, shows me the output. If the output looks correct, I can submit it. Oh, so your thing actually is very specific to your workflow. Well, that's still cool though, man. Yeah, I think I'll probably use the AOC CLI then, but that's very cool. Yeah, it's projects like that that are so fun, right? Because like probably not very many people will use it outside of you, but it will make your experience better, which is a W. Toad Sage, but how did you get a free server? Do you have in-house servers? Yeah, so I have one server that I host myself, and then I have one server that's hosted in Oracle's. Well, I guess now I have two servers that I host locally, and then I have one server that I host in Oracle's cloud, which is on their free tier. So they have a pretty generous free tier. It's kind of difficult to get the box set up and provisioned the first time, but once you have it, it's a pretty generous free tier. It is an ARM box, so you do have to always remember that you're on an ARM machine, which has its quirks. But yeah, that's how I have a free server. It's kind of hard to find free servers in public clouds nowadays. Even DigitalOcean's like $5. I don't think I'd host anything in Amazon. Renee, video idea, setting up a local server. That's difficult because everyone's infra is different, right? Like who's your network, who's your internet provider, right? Like that's usually where the sticking point is for a lot of people. Like it's not very complex to get a web server set up that you can use in your local network. It's making it available to the outside world that becomes a challenge. And overcoming those challenges are usually very specific to whoever your ISP is, right? Yeah, it's tedious to set up Oracle first. Yeah, it took like 2 months to get the Oracle box. That's the box that's in Oracle's cloud setup. It took like 2 months, and I had to email support, and I had to work with one of their support people because I kept getting an error every time I was trying to provision the machine, and it was a pain in the butt. Internet providers charge way more for static IPs than using a hosting provider. Yeah, static IPs are kind of expensive. I don't use a static IP. I just use dynamic DNS service to take care of that issue. But yeah, static IPs are expensive. I know Google Fiber actually makes it pretty simple to get a static IP. They actually don't fight you too terribly much. You do have to, though, like add it to your plan if you want a static IP. Renee, there's easier servers to set up than just changing settings on routers to allow incoming connections. Yeah, but it's the dynamic IP is the part that fucks a lot of people, right? Like Pablo said with the static IP. Like even if you allow your router to forward connections from like port 22 or port 80 in the case of the web world, port 80 or port 443, even if you configure your router to forward that to some specific machine on the network, you still have this potentially changing public IP. And so walking people through, one, how do you get a static IP or pay for a static IP is kind of not good. Most people don't want to pay for a static IP because then it defeats the purpose of like trying to do this with zero cost. I just use a dynamic DNS service on my servers here in the house. Well, I use one server in the house that's basically a reverse proxy, right? So you just, that one machine then communicates traffic from that machine to whatever other machines are hosting whatever applications. But yeah, it's still kind of a pain to set up. I've used Cloudflare's tunnel before for that. Nice. I haven't. So I just. It's funny you bring up Cloudflare because for the longest time I had my blog hosted here and served out of a server here in my house. And like probably a month and a half ago, I did a project to move it to that box that's in Oracle's cloud. And when I did that, I stuck it behind Cloudflare. I proxied it behind Cloudflare, and then Cloudflare went down, and my blog was down. And somebody posted about this, and I quote posted it. Who was it? It was like David Whitney, I think, was the guy. Where is it? I'm not making this up, am I? It's got to be here. No shit. There you go. There it is. So this guy said, maybe I'll just host everything off my home server from now on. So this was when Cloudflare went down because somebody used Unwrapped in Rust. And it was funny because, yeah, I woke up and I had all these blog alerts that was like, your blog's down, 500 error, 500 error, 500 error. And it was because my server was fine, but Cloudflare was the issue. And I thought I was doing the smart thing by putting it behind Cloudflare, but turns out no fun. Part 1, setting up a sexy server. Tired of having your hosting provider block your account? Yeah, man, Cloudflare has a problem per week nowadays. Yeah, which is kind of shitty, right? Because then it's like, well, now I'm dependent on this middleman, and But then again, when Cloudflare is working, right, it's like a wonderful service and can save your life. If someone wants to be nasty to you and your apps. I set up my first website in 2008. That's awesome. The first website I ever built was a Weebly website. Do you guys know what Weebly is? Weebly. I wonder if I can find it. I wonder if it's still there, honestly. It would have been like intellectualfitness.weebly.com, maybe? Yeah, dude, it is still alive. This is the first website I ever built. Ever. I built this, I was a senior in high school. No, maybe a junior in high school when I built this. No, I'd have been a senior. Dude, that's crazy. Look at the bolded font. I don't know why I chose that. That's crazy, man. I can't believe this still exists. That's nuts. It's like a different life, man. It's like a different life. Good old days. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. It's kind of crazy to see the stuff you worked on in the past. It's like time traveling. Yes, exactly. CDNs, yeah, that's a huge value add. I'm being a bit unfair. It was 2 outages in the last 3 months, but they should step up and don't be down for entire days. Yeah, the Cloudflare thing. I mean, you reach a certain size and scale, and now people's expectations of how reliable you should be, they go up a lot. The phrase takes half the page. Other than that, and the font looks fine. Yeah. I don't know, man. At that point. At that point, I only built the website. I built that website because I was in a business applications class. And in the business applications class, you learned about Excel and Word and like all those things. And then one of the other things we did was we built a website with Weebly. And I was getting into personal training at the time. I was just starting my personal training business. I was like preparing to get certified. And so I was like, oh, well, I'll build a website around personal training. Do you host that somewhere cheap and keep paying for that? Or is it GitHub Pages or similar? I think it's just hosted on their site. That's like it's right there. It's their domain. Intellectualfitness.weebly.com. I don't even pay for it. Like I wonder if they've just forgot that this website exists on their servers. Because this would have been set up like 15 years ago, 14 years ago at this point. Weebly was like Squarespace back in the day. It was just like a free website builder. And it looks like it still is. It's like a Squarespace or like a WordPress. You can use it to build websites or online stores. It was like an old Wix. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Renee, yeah. I mean, I have no idea why the teacher who taught that class in high school chose it. I'll have no idea. No AI mentioned must be dead. I don't think they're a market leader. If I had to guess, now they're probably owned by some PE company, private equity firm. It was started in 2007. And they were acquired by Square in May of 2018. So this is basically Squarespace. Oh no, Square is the payments company, isn't it? Square buys Weebly. So that makes sense. A payments company would probably want to have a website builder. So yeah, if you use the Square for payments and you're a business owner, you can just use Weebly for your website. All right, let's figure out how to Dockerize a Go app. I've got a Go app that is essentially a HTTP server that just serves static files. How would I Dockerize this app? I'm guessing this is going to be pretty similar to .NET. We're like going to copy the Go mod file in, or the Go sum file. We're going to then do some sort of Go command. Then we're going to copy the rest of the directory structure. The most efficient approach is a multi-stage build. Yeah, so this is probably very similar. So your folder containing your static files, the file we're about to create. Okay, my main isn't here. It's nested. But I don't think that's going to matter. So this is the base image that includes the Go toolchain. Set the working directory inside the builder. Copy the source. So we copied this in so that we can cache that. Yeah, caching. Then we copy all our source files. That's fine. Build the application. CGO enabled equals 0 creates a statically linked binary. Critical for Alpine or Scratch. Okay. Stage 2, the runner. We use a small Alpine image for the final production container. Copy the binary from the builder stage. Copy the static files from the builder stage. Your Go app likely expects this folder to exist relative to... Well, my static assets are embedded, so I don't need to do that. Expose the port your app runs on, 8080, and command to run the executable. To keep your build context clean and fast, create a Docker ignore file. Yep. Okay, so I think this seems pretty straightforward. Although I don't really understand what this is about. But they say Gemini thinks to say it's important, so I guess I'll believe it's important. So let's see. Let's clean this up a little bit, because some of this we don't need, I don't think. Also, I think we can use a newer version, right? Because we're on... I think Go version, there's a new version of Go that's even... Let's see. Go... Make this a little bigger. Go version. Yeah, 1.25. So let's see if there's a 1.25 Alpine image. So there's our builder. Set the working directory. Copy the dependencies. We don't have a Go sum file. Why don't I have a Go sum file? Pablo, the fact that they kept your site around and don't charge anything makes them trustworthy. I guess, yeah. I don't know, man. If I had to guess, it's like that website exists on some like grandfathered free plan that people forgot. You know what I mean? It's probably like tucked away somewhere on some machine, on some database. And as long as I don't touch it, no one will probably ever know it still lives on their shit. But if I was to try to like do something with it, right? Then the website would likely get pulled or deleted, or something would happen. They would try to charge me for it. So why don't I have a Go sum folder, or go.sum? What is this file? Go.sum contains a record of every library your code depends on, including indirect dependencies. Okay, well, I don't have one, because I don't have any dependencies. So go mod download, okay. Copy the source. Build the application. Go build o server main.go. This needs to change though, right? Because we're not building main, we're building this guy. CMD web main. So I need to provide the path to this guy, right? Leave a comment in case you added. Okay, that's not a bad idea. Add go.sum if depths are if have depths. Yeah, so this needs to change though, right? Because like I'm copying, like even if I look at my error file, right? I'm running, this is what I'm running. So go build out, I need to copy this. The out can stay the same, but what we're specifically building needs to be different. We have Alpine latest, which is just, I guess, a small base image to work with. We copy the builder to app server. Copy the static files. We don't need to copy the static files because I embedded them. Right now it's running on 777. I don't know why, but that's what it that's what it's running. I'm guessing we can make this configurable, right? There's some way probably to configure the app in Go. All right. Now let's try to make our image. Let's see, Pablo, you can use the same image, leave a comment in case you add a dependency later. That's equivalent to a lock file. Just run it, no need for two images. You mean no need for doing two different, like Golang and then from? Like you wouldn't do that? I'm guessing that Gemini recommended doing that because this must be smaller than this base image. So how do was it Docker build? It's like Docker build something or other. We'll do Docker build and we'll tag it as links.stephenfreeborn.com. Error, could not connect. Oh, did I not have Docker running? Probably a smart idea if you're streaming, you know, save your resources, right? Golang is Alpine with Go toolchain. I don't think it'll make a difference. Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, you know, Gemini's always trying to do best practices. Or whatever it thinks best practices are based on all the text that it's been trained on. Isn't Docker just a wonderful piece of technology? It's something you can measure. Like the final size of the image, I guess, right? Because that would be what the whole benefit, right, would be. Is just having a smaller image. Yeah. Well, if Docker ever starts up, there you go. Okay, Docker started. And let's do Docker build. See if this works. I mean, it's pretty simple app, right? So I would guess this not be too difficult to do. Looks like the builds, okay. Looks like it worked. So let's see, do I have a new image over here? Images. Yep, we do right here. So then let's try to run it. But what's that command? And we need to do 777. So let's do Docker is 7777 7777. And we'll do links.stephenfreeborn.com. There you go. So we're getting some logs. So things look like they're playing nicely together. We'll go back to localhost 77. Okay, well, it's happening. Nothing. So why would that be the case? So I have the container. I have it mapped. I have my host port mapped to my local, or to the container port. And I'm guessing if I go into the container and I curl, I'm guessing I can get a response. Oh, it doesn't have curl in it. Damn it. Yeah, I'm not getting anything back. Oh, you know what? I wonder if it's the way I declared the port in my app. I don't know why this would matter, but right now in my application, I declared the address as localhost like this. So I wonder what would happen if I changed it back to the way I think it was originally. And I did docker build. That's an empty response, so it did connect. Oh, so you're saying it is connected. So then why isn't it serving? Why is it not? Why thou not serve my request? Delete. Why art thou being difficult? There we go. Huh. So does anybody know why that matters? I probably should figure out why that matters, and then I'm gonna need to make sure. I mean, that probably should be a configuration value anyways. That probably shouldn't be hard-coded in my code, like what port it's gonna listen on. Maybe Gemini knows. I'm building a Go ACP server. What is the difference between specifying the address as localhost 777 versus just port 777? This is where AI is kind of OP, right? Because the reason why I changed it originally, the whole reason I changed it is because if I try to run if I try to run it with the port specified as 777 without localhost, whenever I run it locally, Windows always makes me approve the server listening on that port. And I don't know why. But I'd like to understand why that is. Here's the breakdown of Go handles these two address strings. When you specify localhost, you're explicitly telling the server, listen on only the loopback network interface. Only processes running on your specific machine. Who cannot connect to other computers. Okay. All interfaces. I see. Okay. Well, there we go. Well, easy enough. So how do I make it configurable? Again, because that's public, it can be accessed from other devices in your network. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's see. What about configuring the port externally? So Go, how does Go handle configuration? Let's see. Through a combination of built-in and third-party libraries, allowing developers to load settings from command line flags, environment variables, and configuration files. But they don't have like a canonical way of doing this. Bradley Spicklin? Good morning, Bradley. Hope you're doing well. Good morning, Wilo Gamer Pro. You want either a runtime or a build time flag. That's how they do it? There's not like a configuration file or anything like that? They don't use like .env or... Because in .NET or like in Java, the JavaScript world, I almost always use an environment, a .env file, you know, or environment variables just generally. And then the .NET world, we have app settings, .json, so we use JSON files for configuration. So I just figured Go would have some like some established way. But I guess not. The good news is we do have the ability to run our site in a Docker container at this point. So let's go ahead and just commit all that stuff. And let's leave the server, let's leave the port defined as it is. And so we'll say lazy git. You can consume the environment, and then there's a dir env to populate from a .env. Okay, I'm gonna have to look into that then. I think the first thing I'm gonna do is let's see, chore update port or update address value. We don't have anything in the deploy file yet. Finish initial design. Oops. Chore add Dockerfile. And then we need to now do our deployment stuff. Wonderful. We're making progress. We're making progress. Now we're going to work on our GitHub Actions. And I'm going to be shameless and just copy and paste from another project and then redo it for this project. Also, why do I have Edge open? Oh, actually, let's set up, before we do the GitHub workflow. No, let's do the GitHub workflow. I was going to say maybe we should do the Nginx part of this, but let's do the GitHub workflow. blog.stephenfreeborn.com. So the workflow for this site is basically going to be the same as the one for the link site. It's just going to be Go specific and not. So main, yeah, name is going to be deploy. Let's see, we don't have these files. We will have a README. We do have a Dockerfile. We do not have any scripts. We do have a licensed IMD. Just standardize that. We don't have an editor config. We do have a git ignore. We don't have a VS Code file. Deploy. We probably want a Docker ignore file, don't we, though, just for safety? Docker ignore. Wonder if there's like any templates out there. Go Docker ignore template. Let's see, common. Yeah, I just want common. README, changelog, Docker compose. Whoops. I just moved my window to the other monitor. Bradley's, what are we building? So Bradley, we're building a small little web app that just is basically going to serve as my Linktree website. Have you ever seen those? You know how people have Linktree websites where like they list like one stop to find everyone's things they want to link you to, as a way of trying to learn how to build like do initial like very simplistic web development and how do you deploy a Go app and all that stuff. We're just trying to build one of these. So it's a very simple site. It's just basically static files served from a Go HTTP server. But this is essentially what we're building. Yeah, very, very simple project just to kind of force us to explore how does Go serve static files, how do we fetch data, how do we use the Go templating engine, all that kind of stuff. The site itself looks like this. It's very, very simplistic and nothing groundbreaking about it. Let's see if I can pull it up. It looks like this, localhost. Yeah, so it just looks like that at the moment. So I'm going to come back and we're going to write the GitHub Actions workflow, but first I need to get more coffee because it's already 5:30, so it's time for another dose of caffeine. Which I totally understand. If you guys don't like to hang out while I go and do this, this is fine. But my streams are powered by caffeine and raw enjoyment, so without the caffeine, they would not happen. So I'm going to go run and do that. And if you guys have to go, I totally get it. If you're going to stick around, though, maybe this would be a good time to refill your coffee cup or get up and do some pull-ups or some squats or some push-ups or something. I don't know. Move. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to mute myself. If I come back and start rambling on and you can't hear me, it's because I forgot I was muted. Toad Sage, don't die. Come back, Toad Sage. I just had the best idea for an app. Or at least I just experienced a problem that I know I could build an app to solve. You guys want to hear about it? You guys want to take my idea? I'm sure my idea already exists in the world, but alright, what are we gonna do now? We're doing a GitHub Actions. We're doing a GitHub Actions. Oh no, we were doing a Docker ignore is what we were doing real quick before we did the... So this is a common template. So I guess, what does a Git template look like? Yeah, I heard your voice and got reincarnated. Well, I'm glad you're alive again. See, here's a common template for Docker ignore in a Go file. No, that can't be right. They ignored Go mod and Go sum in the Docker ignore. That can't be right. I mean, it's not really that big of a deal, but I just thought maybe if there was one that already existed. So what do we want in ours? We basically want temp needs to be ignored. .git should be ignored. .github should be ignored. Basically anything we don't want to end up. License, the README. Or does Docker use your existing git ignore at all? I wonder. Anyways, I'm just going to explicitly ignore them. So we don't want the Git folder. We don't want the GitHub folder. We don't want the temp directory. Temp. We don't want the air.toml file. .air.toml. We don't want the git ignore file. Should the Docker ignore itself? Yeah, I guess let's do Docker ignore. What else? License MD, README MD. I mean, basically anything here that you don't want going in. License. Okay, I think that's it. Temp, that, or I guess git ignore can go on there too. Whoops. What else? I think that's it. These are all our directories. These are all our files. Just tell them we label it as something that changes world problems and monetize it. You mean my app idea? That's vicious. This is a vicious loop of recursion having git ignore in git ignore. Do I have git ignore in my git ignore? I think I have git ignore in my Docker ignore. But I don't think I have a git ignore in my git ignore. I don't know, maybe Docker ignore is... but this is probably redundant. Like, it's probably not, that doesn't really matter that much if it's in there. And it's also probably does do something odd. Wilo Gamer Pro, very silent chat today. Artwork isn't here today. Oh yeah, that's totally fine though. We like I mean, chill, silent chat. Got the music, got the coffee. We're fiddling with Docker. It's good. It's a good day. I don't think there's anything else. I think that's fine. Okay, so back to the workflow. So, yeah, ignore ignore GitHub, ignore license, readme, Dockerfile. Anything else I should ignore? That sounds good. All right, so we need to build and push the Docker image. We need to use an ARM image because the box that this is going to run on is ARM. Excuse me. We need to log out for Docker. So I'm going to need to add my Docker Hub username and my token to this repo. So let's go do that real quick. I'll probably do some of this off screen though, because I don't trust myself not to leak my passwords or my keys. Let's see, MFA. God dang MFA, man. I tell you what, MFA, it's like, I understand why we have it, but damn, does it create a lot of friction. Docker Hub 190.587. Okay, let's create a new repository here on Docker Hub. This part I think I can show you guys without having any issues. So I'm just going to create a new repository on Docker Hub called links.stephenfreeborn.com. This is a web app that serves my links site. This is maybe let's say this is a server. Public, that's fine. Create. Let's see, category. I don't know, web server. I don't know. It's not really. It's not really what you would typically use a Docker image on Docker Hub for. Yeah, so this is the place I want to push it to, and then I need a token now. So let's go to GitHub. We'll go to my repo. This is the part of deploying something new, right? That's not really the fun bits. Getting everything set up. Let's see, we need secrets, actions. We need a new repository secret. We're going to call this Docker Hub username. And we are going to do, what is my username? I don't even know. Okay. And now we need to create our token. Docker Hub token. Where are you going to deploy this one? This will go to my, this will go to that box that's in Oracle. The same place where blog.stephenfreeborn's hosted. I swear these checkboxes, those checkboxes that say remember this device for 45 days are bogus. They're just lying to us, Bradley. They're just lying to us all the time. Let's see, Docker Hub token. Where do we do that? I think that's like in account settings, right? Account settings, personal access token. read and write, and then we'll say expiration sometime in the future. And then how do I want to name this? I want to name this similar to how I name other things. links.stephenfreeborn.com, GitHub Actions. So I'm just creating, what I'm doing right now is I'm just creating an access token on Docker Hub so I can push the image from this workflow that I'm creating up to Docker Hub. Which isn't strictly necessary. Like, you could just SSH straight into the server, Docker build the image on the server, and then Docker run the image on the server. This is just the workflow I kind of like. I like to have the previous images up on Docker Hub so I can pull them from other places if I want to and run them from other places. This is my preference, but you don't really have to do this step, right? So if you're thinking about Dockerizing and running a Docker image on your server yourself, you don't really have to do this. Your Docker file lives in your repo, right? So you could just bring your repo down onto your server, Docker build, Docker run, and then clean up the repo after you check it out to your server. It's just up to you. Like, what do you want to do? Let's see, add secret. Okay, so we got those two secrets added. And then I do a really simple, with like simple projects like this, I do a really simple version tag where I just basically get the date and then I get the time in this format. And that's how I basically version. That's basically how I tag the image. It's just according to the date and time at which it was built. And then I'm going to push it up, not to blog.stephenfreeborn.com, but to links.stephenfreeborn.com. So let's just make sure we search and replace all that. So we'll say blog.stephenfreeborn.com. I'm just going to SSH in and run the actual image. So that's wrong. I also don't need to copy any files to the server either, because I don't have a deploy script in this case, so I can delete that step. Now I do need to set up the SSH host, the SSH username, and the SSH key. I need to set up those secrets so that this can actually this workflow can actually get to my server and actually run the commands that it needs to run. So I'll need to set up those, which that I'm definitely going to do off screen because I do not want to log my. How expensive is Docker Hub? Docker Hub it's pretty much free if you're okay with doing public repositories. You get like quite a few public repositories for free. But there are other, I mean, you can use GitHub, I think, has an image repo that you can use if you'd prefer that. I've just always used Docker Hub just because that's what I started with. Let me see. Let's see what Docker's pricing is. Or Docker Hub's pricing is. Let's see. Docker, but I don't personally pay for anything. Docker Hub pricing. So there's Docker Personal. This is what I'm on. So it looks like there's some usage limitations. I haven't run into those myself. But there's also, where is it? Where do they? Docker Hub, free public repos. How many do you get? Oh, this is mine. But I want to know how many you get for free. I mean, I think the public ones you can have, it looks like you can have as many as you want. Because whenever I create a new repository, it always says public, and then it says one private repo, which you can get more if you'd like private repos. But you have to pay, It looks like it's $9 a month for the Pro plan. I don't think I would ever pay though for it. Did you forget your device? If not, that means it works. Oh, you guys are talking about the MFA thing? Yeah. No, I mean, MFA, I don't ever really have too much trouble with things remembering me. It's just kind of funny because, like, if you've ever used Microsoft's login, it seems like they never remember you. I think that was the joke Bradley was trying to make. Share those with us so we can help you set it up, Steven. Listen, child, paying for the thing you can get in free is sin. I mean, I'm not opposed to, the thing is, like, I know I probably come off as like I'm super cheap. I'm not opposed to paying for things, you know? But if I don't have to, especially if it's for stuff that I'm not making money off of, right? Like, I'm not making money off of any of this stuff. So it's like, if I'm not producing any cash, I don't want to spend any cash on it. So that's why I try to always do things in a way that limits the amount of money I have to spend. I completely forgot where I was. I need to set up these secrets, and then I need to set up those secrets, and then I need to update this script. This is not the right command to run. I mean, being a supporter is cool sometimes. For sure. Especially if it's stuff that you want to continue to see happening. Like Advent of Code, like I always donate to Advent of Code. Free Code Camp, I usually donate to them once a year. Yeah, if it's definitely for sure. If it's but that's also why I also think that like open source projects or things like that, those people should be able to charge money. Like they should come up with a sustainable business model to support their projects, right? Like if I actually had a project that was costing me money to run, I would try to come up with a sustainable business model for it. I don't think you should plan your life around the charity of others. This is a bad approach. Bradley, Nginx is going to be for your public IP. No, so I use since the place that this is going to is a VPS that lives in a public cloud. My VPS in that cloud has a static IP, and then Nginx will live on the machine. The Nginx is already installed and set up on the machine that static IP points to. So basically, Nginx once I have Nginx usually set up on the private server, I use that as a reverse proxy to multiple things that are running on the VPS. So like most of the stuff I deploy and host, I can host like multiple sites, multiple apps on the same small server. They just don't get enough traffic or consume enough resources to need dedicated dedicated machines. So yeah, so Nginx acts as my reverse proxy. It's what's listening from that for requests to that static IP address, and then handling those and proxying those wherever they should go based on where they came from. Big enterprise, know those, steal from those if you can. Well, the problem is big enterprise, they're oftentimes trying to look how they can do things for free, you know? It's kind of wild to think how much of big enterprise is propped up by free open source software, and how many millions and billions of dollars have been built on the backs of free open source software is kind of crazy. In my case, even I'm getting cash. I'll buy you a coffee. Yeah. Well, hey man, if anybody wants to ever buy me a coffee, I'm always down for it. I'll always take coffee. He is working on his website. Yes, I'm working on just a small little static site. Small static site. Okay, so let's see if we can get this bad boy deployed. Yeah, let's focus. So what do we need to do? We need to run Docker. We basically need to pull the image. Once we're on the server, we need to make sure we pull the image and then run the image, right? Which isn't super complicated, right? So I think what we'll do is we'll do, we'll assume it's already running. So we'll say Docker stop. We'll shut Copilot up first. Shut up, Copilot. We'll do Docker stop links.stephenfreeborn.com, and then we'll do, whoops, that's not what I want. Oh my goodness. Why does it really wants to type that snippet? I don't know why, but it really wants to type it. And we'll do, oh my, dude, if that does it one more time, I'm gonna freak out. I'm ready to crash out over the snippet. Okay, Docker remove. And then we will do Docker pull. And in this case, in order to pull correctly, we need to pull from secrets.dockerhub username. Is that what we named it up above? I think that's what we named it up above. Dockerhub username, and then we're specifically going to pull from the links.stephenfreeborn.com repo, and we want a very specific tag. We want the tag we just created, which is going to be needs.build.outputs.version, and then we'll do Docker run, and in this case we want to bind we need to make sure, listen, we're always going to restart if this crashes. I don't know why it would crash. We're going to start it in the background. We're going to map some ports 777 to 80, oh no, 777 to 77. And then we're going to give it a name, like that. And I think that's it. I think that will work. Oh no, we also need to specify what we want to run, right? So we need to actually specify this, the thing we pulled right here. Let's turn on WordWrap for a second. So we do Docker run, restart always, we run in the background, we map the ports, we name it, we specify that we want this specific image to run, and I think that's good. Needs.build.outputs.version, does that map to what we set up here? I think so. And actually, we can copy this and do this down here too. So we can say tag. That. And then here, instead of saying pull all this gobbledygook, we can just say Docker pull tag, right? $ tag. And then instead of all this gobbledygook down here, we can say tag. We could probably even store that in some workflow thing, but I'm okay with it just being a local variable. All right, now we need to set up our keys. I love configuration. Do you really? MD, what color scheme is this? I use, what is it? Telescope themes. I use GitHub. dark dimmed. I use this one. But yeah, that's the one I use. I've also used this guy, Capuchin. I don't know how you say that. Yeah, I've used that one. That one's pretty nice. I mean, there's lots of nice themes out there. This is just the one I've become pretty comfortable. That's what I used in VS Code for the longest time. So that's what I use here. But there's also some other good ones here. Like Gatekeeper's kind of cool looking. I don't like that one. That one's kind of cool. Oh, that's ugly. Why would anyone want chocolate themed? It will write that command the moment you stop looking. Honestly, I could obsess over like themes and aesthetics of my setup for way too long. I try not to, but yeah, I could obsess over it for quite a long time. Tokyo Night is always nice. Tokyo Dark, Tokyo Night, those are always nice. I was obsessed with Solarized Dark for the longest time. I had Solarized Dark everything. Solarized Dark editor theme, Solarized Dark Windows theme, Solarized Dark browser theme. But that eventually died. I could get down with Pastel Dark. It's kind of nice. What's that look like in the code? It's not bad. I could get down with that. See what you've done now, MD? You completely derailed us. I'm colorblind, so I struggle with similar colors. Yeah, the Solarized Dark is one of those where that would probably be a struggle. Try Blue Topaz. I don't know if I have that. Let me see. Blue. Yeah, I don't think I have that one. I must need to install another plugin for it. Light theme win? Light theme never. Light theme never. Let's pull. Let's actually. I'm curious. I've never actually asked my chat this, but let's make a poll. How do we make a poll? Yeah, let's make a poll. Which one? Let's see. Let's say dark mode. Dark mode. Or the other mode that the heathens use. There we go. We'll figure out what chat thinks. Yeah, dark mode all the way, man. Dark mode everything. Oh no, so someone actually picked it. I love that. I use both. Okay, very cool. Yeah, I don't really use light mode at all. Some people say light mode is better for presentations. I don't know if you guys agree with that, but I've heard people say that light mode is easier for people to read. Renee, the mode the heathens use. Yeah, that's called light mode. Oh shit. What am I doing? I'm making a new SSH key. So let's go to the repo. Let's go to .ssh. Should have a bunch of keys in there. So let's do SSH keygen. Do that. Oh crap! I just overwrote that. That's not what I wanted. Hopefully that wasn't important. SSH keygen. And I want to put this in links.stephenfreeborn.com _ GitHub Actions. Empty phrase. Yes, that's fine. Okay. So we do copy. Actually, hold on. I'm going to do this. I don't trust myself, so I'm going to do this in a different window, not on stream. Otherwise, I'm going to cap the key to the terminal, and I'll have to start all over. Umo A13. I've always used light mode. I think it's just because of the default Windows theme. Yes, which is a bad default choice, right? But yeah, that makes sense. I mean, defaults determine a lot of our behavior as users. You know, I've seen a lot of user experience discussion around that idea of like default. Like a large portion of users don't ever change the default settings of things. The distance to the screen is very taxing for her eyes. In our eyes, that's what causes fatigue. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Maybe wear sunscreen. Yeah, probably should wear sunscreen. This would be good. You don't want skin cancer. It's a bad deal. It's a bad deal. Alright, so we need to cat a private key, right? So we need to get links. We need to copy the private key. Then we need to go to the actions. And what are the names of the secret? So we need new repository secret is SSH key. Say that. Then we need new repository secret SSH host, which is going to be that. And then SSH username. Okay. And now I need to actually put the public key on the server. So we have to do cat c, copy the public key. Now we need to SSH into that server. We need to vim authorize keys. And paste that. This is going to be links.stephenfreeborn.com_GitHub Actions. We'll write that out. Exit. Alright, so now we should have what we need set up to connect to the server for this workflow. So I've set the SSH host, I've set the SSH username. I'm glad dark mode run the poll, so I'm going to end that because victory for dark mode. Okay, so we have that set up. We have our to build and push to Docker. So we should be able to push this up now and actually run it. Yeah, I have workflow dispatch main. Good deal. Just write all that out. Too lazy git. Let's see. Chore. Add Docker ignore file. This is going to be chore implement deploy workflow. Should be able to push this up. Push that to remote. Close it. Hell yeah, we are dark dwellers. Okay, that's another t-shirt idea. The Dark Dwellers. I like this. I need to keep a running list of all these t-shirt ideas. I should have voted light as my heart told me to. Yeah, and then you would have tied it up, huh? It was 60-40, I think. I think we had 5 votes, and it was like 4-4-2. Oh, no, I guess it wouldn't have tied it up. Would it have? No, I think it might have. I don't know. For bug-free code for life, like and subscribe. Renee, I like it. Renee's like my own self-promotion person. I appreciate that, Renee. Let's see. Let's go to our repo now and see if we can run this. It may have already run, right? Because I pushed up to main. Yeah, okay. So it broke. Well, shit. Let's see. Error, trying to start process with working directory. No such file or... Oh, whoops. I thought I replaced all the... There's a blog in here somewhere? What was it trying to do when it failed? Let's see. Build and push server. Links. An error occurred while trying to start with working... Oh, I think it's an error in my Dockerfile. It's my Dockerfile. No? Where is it getting source blog? Where's that coming from? An error occurred trying to start process with working directory. No such file. I don't know where this is coming from. View workflow file. Oh. There, it's coming from there. So I don't need to set the working directory because so in my blog workflow, I have to set the working directory here because my Dockerfile is in a subdirectory of my root. But for this project, I don't need to do that since my Dockerfile is in my root. Excuse me. So we can delete that. Add git commit chore fix workflow. And now let's see if it should run again, I think. Oh no, it won't run because we ignored it. So let's do, how do I do a new action? Deploy, there we go. Run workflow, and let's see if we can at least get it pushed to Docker Hub this time. Remember that CG flag? What's the CG flag for? Yeah, I remember it, but what's it for? Did I mess up? Should I not have used it? What's going wrong? Should I panic, Pablo? Is something gonna break? See you, Toad Sage. Have a good day, man. Rainkeeper. Have not heard of it. I'm just finishing up Python coding course. Nice. Where are you taking your Python course from? I'm actually thinking about purchasing boot.dev subscription. This looks like a lot of fun. I don't know how much I'll learn. I mean, I'm sure I'll learn some stuff, but I already know TypeScript. But I think that the website looks like a lot of fun. The fact that it's kind of like this like RPG fantasy-esque type of thing. I've kind of been thinking about purchasing a subscription there. No, just maybe that didn't bind the assets. Oh, no, I fucked up. I was trying to build my Docker image from the root, from the wrong. I was trying to build my Docker image from a directory that did not exist in my workflow. So it was a me problem. All right, so that failed. So why did this one fail? We did push to Docker. So if we look at Docker Hub, we should have our image there now. Let's see. So, yep. So now we have our image right there. And like I said, I just do really simple tagging. It's literally just the date and the time at which the image was built and pushed. Which you could also, I've also seen people add like the commit, the hash of that commit, the SHA of that commit to this type of versioning, which probably not a bad idea. But this works just fine for me. I'm okay with that. Bossier Parish Community College. Nice. Well, I hope it's going well, man. I hope you're having a great time. Hope you're really enjoying it. What's up, Harsh? How are you? Managed to catch the stream day? You did manage to catch the stream. You are here. And we are glad you are here. So, good to see you. Okay, so why did I fail to get to my server? So let's see. Run deploy script. Permission denied while trying to connect to the Docker daemon. Yes, so this means I need to add my user account to the Docker group on the Linux box. So basically, if your user, you need to be a part of the Docker group to be able to run Docker commands without sudo. That's just a thing. So let's do a quick Google search for how to do that, because I don't know how to run those commands by memory. Docker, hold on, Ubuntu, add user to Docker group to avoid use of sudo. If you don't want to use sudo when you use the Docker command, create a Unix group called Docker. Steps, add a user, add the Docker group if it doesn't exist. I think it already does exist though on my box. SSH. Let's see, how do I... do that. Yeah, because I think right now if I do... if I do Docker PS, yeah, but if I do sudo Docker PS, then it'll work. So I need to do this. Okay, and then now that I've done that, I should be able to do, or maybe I need to exit, then log back in, then Docker PS. There we go. Okay, so exit there. I'm in the middle of a server. Well, part of the reason this is kind of like I'm having to do some setup that I wouldn't normally have to do is because I'm in the process of actually migrating from one server to another. And this new server that I'm putting this app on is the server I'm migrating to, and I haven't really set everything up over there. So there's a little bit of some extra chores. So deploy, run workflow. This time I'm hoping it works. It's fun. I use the Visual Studio Code program. Dude, good. I'm glad it's fun. That's like, if you're enjoying it, then you're on the right path, you know? And Visual Studio Code is wonderful. Yeah, I love Visual Studio Code. I actually, so like I've been using on stream, I've been using NeoVim a lot lately, which is kind of this terminal-based editor. But for the last 4 or 5 years of writing code, I primarily just use Visual Studio Code. So I think you've made a good editor decision. Although I think one of the things, if you're in the Windows ecosystem, or not really Windows ecosystem, but if you're in the Microsoft ecosystem, I do think one of the things you're going to have to tolerate in all the tooling you use in the foreseeable future is a lot of AI related stuff, right? So like in Visual Studio Code, now there's like an agent tab that's been added, so there just kind of is, right? So I mean, you can customize all that stuff, you can hide it, but if you're using Microsoft tooling, like it's kind of inevitable that it's going to become filled with AI related functionality. As long, which I don't think is an issue, as long as they allow you to not use it. Like if you can use their tooling and not use AI, that's totally fine. But the moment they cross the line where they start to like force you to use AI if you want to use their tools, that might be more of a problem, in my opinion. All right, we deploy. Let's see. No such container. No such container. Invalid reference format. Docker run dash s. Oh, did I not? What? Okay, I've broken something. So we have tags. We have tag here. Now when we come down to this guy, Docker pull, Docker run. Why wouldn't that work? Let's put this on. Let's put this command on some new lines. How do you do that? Isn't it backticks or slashes? So we can do Docker run slash restart always slash d slash port slash name and then slash tag. So I guess maybe this tag variable is not correct. I don't know why it wouldn't be correct though. I guess let's echo it. Is there a way I can stop these from erroring if they don't find? Let's see, Docker stop don't error if not found. No, I don't want to have to write, like, there's not just like a simple switch. Invalid reference format. No such container. Yeah, that's fine. That's me trying to remove and stop it. Copy. Docker. I don't understand why no one has forked VS Code and made BS Code with all the AI. Yeah, someone should do that just as like a prank. That would be pretty fun. Yeah. Docker invalid reference command. I think this is all right. Docker run, restart always. In the background. Mapping the ports. Naming it, and then the tag. I think that's right. I mean, I'm going to echo the tag just to make sure the tag is correct. This is where we get into like debugging. GitHub Actions is such a pain. Git, commit, ensure, debug, workflow. I think the tag is right though. I mean, the tag, I'm able to push it, so I don't know why we wouldn't be able to find it. So let's do deploy, run workflow. We'll have to delete some of these images that we're pushing to. Last time GitHub Actions was being a pain, I just installed Coolify and gave up. Yeah, that seems like what does that seem like? That seems like a non-proportional response. GitHub Actions doesn't work, so I just set up my own GitHub Actions. I've heard good things about Coolify though. I don't mind GitHub Actions, but I hear if you want to do like a self-hosted kind of Git-based workflow, Coolify is a pretty good option for that. I've also heard good things about this thing called Git-T. Have you guys heard of that? Somebody here in chat recommended this to me. I currently have this on my list of things to try to self-host. It's like your own. It's like more like your own full-fledged GitHub, but self-hosted. I think I might give this a try at some point. AWS doesn't work. Got to set up a multi-millionaire empire. Exactly. Totally proportional. Git-T is great. Oh yeah, I'll have to try that out. Yeah. If other people can co-sign for it, yeah, it's on my list. It's on the things that I'd like to try to self-host. It has actions too. Very cool. Yeah, I was looking at it. It looks like it's much more of like a full-featured replacement for GitHub, which I kind of like. Now that I have that NAS, I have that NAS server. I thought that might be a cool use case for the NAS, and for one of my home servers is to have my own Git-T. Is this? Am I having issues because it's... So why is it doing that? That's... Excuse me, I didn't mean to burp in your ear. I say that a lot, which means that I'm not doing a good job of correcting my behavior. Okay, so we have links.stephenfreeborn.com, the version. So that's getting tagged correctly because I see that on Docker Hub. Docker Hub. So this is getting communicated correctly. So why, when I do it... links.stephenfreeborn.com and then the tag name. Oh, is it? No, I should. Looks exactly like GitHub without the corporate overlords watching you. Yeah, I've heard good things about it, so at some point I'm gonna give it a try. Okay, why is this not working? Okay, I'm gonna move this. I'm gonna take the tag out. Just remove that as a, whoops, that's not. I'm gonna remove that as a variable. Excuse me. Can't stop burping. I'm gonna put that there. I'm gonna put that there. Whoops. That. See if that works. Oh, we need to remove the. So we have pull, we have run. I don't know what this always happens every time I set up a new project, man. I always get blocked on the CI/CD flow. It's been way too much time getting it set up and configured and working. Does the Docker pull command work locally? That's actually what I'll try next. I think what I'll do next is I'll actually try to go to the server myself and execute that, or what I think is being executed, for sure. I think it's all correct. I'm not sure. I'm kind of perplexed. If I can't figure this out, then I'll just run it manually, and then I'll set up all the Cloudflare and Nginx stuff, and then I can figure out what I'm doing wrong here on the GitHub side. Worst case scenario. Well, I wonder if it's actually tripping up on these. Let's see, git add, git commit, chore. Oh, did I push? I don't know if I pushed. Git push. Because I don't actually see it ever getting to the pull. Or I don't think I see it attempting the pull. Let's see. 50th time is the try. Yeah, sometimes it's just some dumb config that's staring right back at you. Isn't that the truth, man? One time, I was crashing out so bad in my living room. My wife came out and was like, "What is going on?" And that, I guess that kind of tells you like how bad I was crashing out. Turns out the problem was in .NET. Okay, yeah. So something's wrong with the way I'm referencing my image. But anyways, back to that story about me crashing out. Yusef, thanks for subbing. In .NET, a lot of times you will name a class, and then you will use that name to bind configuration to the class, right? And so I think I had named something like I had named some class. I had named it like Google Settings, and then in the app settings.json file, I had named the configuration section Google Options or something like that. So that particular part of the app settings file wasn't binding to the class properly. I must have spent like an hour and a half crashing out that it wasn't working and the settings weren't being loaded from the configuration. Why wasn't this working? And it's always silly stuff like that. All right, so fuck it. I'm gonna SSH into my server, and I'm just gonna pull the image and run it. Let's see. So let's go to Docker Hub. And so we know, I mean, we can see all these images were pushed. We pushed like 6 images now, which we'll come back and delete these. But let's just try to pull this one. And what I'm kind of suspicious of, I'm kind of suspicious that there's something that GitHub Actions is doing with the secrets that's causing it to not properly communicate my name. So like if we go to, where do we go to? If we go to the deploy script, invalid reference format. So it makes me think there's something wrong with however this is getting translated. Secrets.dockerhub.username. I'm wondering if this is getting communicated as like asterisks and not the actual username. I don't really think my Docker Hub username needs to be a secret because like it's on Docker Hub. Like you can find me by my username. In any event, let's try to run this on the server. Docker pull, cool. Then we'll do the same. We'll do the same run command that we have in our GitHub action. Sorry, I know I'm doing a lot of window moving and stuff, but I got a small, tiny vertical screen. Okay, give me a break. Go to workflow file. So we'll do Docker run -- restart always in the background. We want to map 777 of the host to 777 of the container. We want to give this a name. Just call it the name of the site. And then we want to run, we want to run that specific tag. Okay, that worked. So Docker PS, we can see it's running. It's this guy right here. If we curl the local host Perl localhost 777. We get a response, which is great. So now we need to set up the Nginx side of things. Soliva Gantwalker. I don't know exactly how you'd want me to refer to you, but thank you for hanging out in the stream for the first time. Nice to have you. Gunheis, I've seen you updated your blog to .NET 10. I did update my blog to .NET 10. I've got a couple other projects that I want to get upgraded to .NET 10, but yeah, it's a good deal. You might want to check the secrets. They have like 3 sections for secrets, by the way. I'm kind of, so what I'm suspicious of is I'm suspicious that because my name appears in the container name, the tag or the image that I want to pull, the image name, I'm suspicious that GitHub is sanitizing that secret because it's, or sanitizing that text because it's also in my secret, is what I'm suspicious of. I was going to look at some of my old GitHub actions and see if I did things differently in those actions to make it work. Because I know I've done this. This is how I've done other deployments before. So I don't know why this one wouldn't work unless I've done something different this time around. Let's see, Steve's bot is deployed this way. Deploy. So Steve's bot is using a Docker Compose file. What else have I deployed this way? I've deployed a couple things this way. Let's see, overview, repositories, service, now. So here's another action where I did a deployment like this. And see, I have the same sort of thing going on. Docker run, Docker always, name, Yeah, I'm stuck on that. I'll have to come back to that. I don't want to completely get stuck on it. So let's just move forward with doing the Nginx configs and getting things wired up in Cloudflare. So let's go to Cloudflare. Cloudflare.com. Let's get signed in over there. Well, they updated their UI a little bit. So StephenFreeborn.com. And we need to manage our DNS. Oh, they definitely changed their UI records. So basically, the only thing I need to do in Cloudflare is I need to enter a CNAME record. So this is basically for those of you who may be just arriving to this party. This is basically what we're doing, right? So we basically want people to be able to hit that URL and have it resolved to our web server. And then the web server, which is Nginx in this case, will handle proxying the request to my actual Go application that's running in Docker. So I basically need to add a CNAME for links.stephenfreeborn.com to point out the right place, the right IP. So I'm going to do that right now in Cloudflare. And I think I can get away with just a CNAME. So we'll do, whoops, not type, needs to be CNAME. We'll do links. And this will point to this guy. And we should be able to save. Now that's gonna, I think for right now, it's just gonna return the default Nginx could not find page. So if we go to .com, on a side note, OpenAPI JWT Bear library isn't updated for .NET 10 with config yet, and it's making me lose my mind. Really? So is that what allows you to basically do Open API JWT bearer NuGet? So this is the Microsoft one. So this must be some other library, because I was gonna say, like, that'd be pretty crazy if their JWT authentication package wasn't updated. I'm guessing this is some other library that you're talking about. Open API. Is this so that you can have JW bearer auth in like your API documentation, or what's your use case for that, for this? Huh, I don't know, I can't find it. But that sucks, yeah. I mean, you would think that they would think about that kind of stuff, you know, making sure all the packages and libraries and everything are up to date so people can upgrade without much of a problem. Who knows though? Okay, so if we go to links.stephenfreeborn.com, now that I added that DNS record, we should just get, let's see, this. Well, that's not what I want. So why did it return my blog? Did I point it at the wrong thing? Or maybe it's just defaulting to that? Well, let's try to finish the Nginx config and then we'll see. So let's cd into etc/Ngin. It's definitely pointed to the right server though now. So it's cd Nginx sites available, I think, if I remember right. And there should only be a few in here. We have blog, we have blog.stephenfreeborn, we have the default. Yep, and now we're gonna make a new one. Not make dir, touch, and we're gonna say links.stephenfreeborn.com sudo touch links.stephenfreeborn.com. And I always just use an existing one as a good starting point. So let's cat blog.stephenfreeborn.com. That's using Let's Encrypt. I think what I want to use is Cloudflare. So cat. Oh, those are all using Certbot. Am I in the right machine? Cat Stephen. Man, I could have sworn. I could have sworn I wasn't using Let's Encrypt over here. I could have sworn I was using... Yeah, there's the Cloudflare. Let's exit. No, not exit. Just clear this. Okay, so what do I need to do? We need to set up the configuration for... We're just going to copy this guy. We're going to say vim or sudo vim links.stephenfreeborn.com, and we're just going to paste that in there. And now we're going to go through and clean all this up. So delete this. We're going to make this as simple as possible. So let's remove the cert for now. And we'll leave all these headers the same. But the local host is actually going to be 777. So that's the port that we mapped and started our Docker container on. And now we need to do links. This needs to be links.stephenfreeborn.com. And this needs to be www.links.stephenfreeborn.com, like that. I'll write that out. Right with all, I think, is going to work for us. Yep. And then we need to make a symbolic link between the sites that are available and the sites that are enabled. So we'll go up one, sites enabled, and then we'll do sudo ln, and I always forget how this command works. So it's target and then the name of the link, right? So this is the other file that you're linking to, and then this is the name of the link that you're creating. So this would be sudo ln-s, and our target is going to be etc. Is that how you guys say it? etc? That's how I say it. And then we'll do sites available. And this will be links. And then we're in the sites enabled directory already, so I can just give it the name of the file or the name of the link. We don't have to do the full path, so we'll say links.stephenfreeborn.com. So now if we do ls, we see a link here, right? Which is just pointing to the file in the sites available directory. This is the Nginx configuration for how you make sites. Like, you can have sites set up in sites available, but it's not in sites enabled, so then it won't actually, like, Nginx won't actually be able to load those configs. So we will do, now we want to test, so we'll do sudo nginx-t, and everything looks good. So now we'll reload Nginx with those configs. So we'll do sudo nginx-s reload, and that looks like it worked. So theoretically, we don't have HTTPS set up, but theoretically, we should be able to say okay, so that's not working. It's not working how I think it should be. Theoretically, we should be able to curl links.stephenfreeborn.com. So that redirected us. Where did it redirect us to? And why did it redirect us? We did go through Cloudflare though to get there. Well, I don't want to use HTTPS. I want to force. So how do I force curl to use? Force curl to use HTTP. I think I'm being redirected by the server that's being hit. So why? And then let's try my browser really quick. I think something is screwed up with my DNS settings is what I think is happening. So let's do, if I go to HTTP, right, links.stephenfreeborn.com, this for some reason is routing me to my blog, which is not right. So I must have something, let's see, control new. Let's do new private. Let's do HTTP links.stephenfreeborn.com. Yeah, so something in my DNS is telling it to serve the blog, but I don't know what. So let's go. Also, I need more caffeine. Probably your Nginx config is borked. Yeah, something. I think it's hitting the right server. Yeah, I think it is hitting the right server, but I don't think it's cat. This should only be handling requests for blog.stephenfreeborn.com. And what about the default? This should be only handling freeborn.cloud. Let me look at my Cloudflare settings. I mean, I definitely, hold on, let me just do a gut check really quick. Curl. Yeah, we did that. So it is, so my Docker container is running on my server. And if I, really quick, if I ping, I think that's the, looks like I'm hitting the right server too. This is the joys of troubleshooting. Ping use IPv4. Okay. So we'll do ping -4 links.stephenfreeborn.com. Oh, wait, hold on. I don't think it's hitting the right server. What? How's that possible? Now I have to now I have to figure out what the hell I've done to my all my hosting. What how have I fucked all this up? Up so bad. Sorry, I'm doing some of this off screen just because I don't want to leak anything that I shouldn't leak, you know? Oh no, that's okay. So it is hitting cloud. It is hitting Cloudflare's. It is hitting Cloudflare's server. So it is being proxied through Cloudflare, so that's good. Also, I'm gonna put the system monitor up. Now the question is, what have I done wrong? So this is what so the URL I pointed it at, if I go to https steve.nz, okay, so that's the default. Okay, let's try a different thing. So add to CNAME links. Appreciate you guys bearing with me while I stumble my way through this. Yeah, links. Maybe. Is it? Let's see. Well, that was the stuff I was trying not to leak, but I just leaked it anyways. Let's see. So you're saying let's look at the config for links.stephenfreeborn.com. So let's do sudo vim etc nginx sites available is links.stephenfreeborn.com. Okay, server name is links.stephenfreeborn.com. That's correct. Links.stephenfreeborn.com. We take the root and we just proxy that to the local host. So that all looks right. We can sudo nginx t. So that's the config's fine. We can reload it. S reload. So that looks good. Now, if we do sudo or docker ps, we can see the blog is listening on 5001. I'm gonna try something really cool. I have a theory, sort of, kind of. What about sites enabled? Let's see. That is a good question. Let's do cd. I think I have to sudo it. Sudo cat etc nginx sites enabled. Oh man, it's already 7:16, huh? Nice. We're having a long stream today. My folks went home yesterday in the afternoon. And there's no work today either. I'm on Thanksgiving break, so. So that's pointing to the same spot, which it should. It should, because symbolic link. Norsec GTX L-Linux. What? Pablo, let's fucking go. Yeah, I'm on Thanksgiving break all week. So is my family. My kids are all out of school. My wife's off work. We all get to hang out all week. It's gonna be fun. We have some family coming too on Wednesday and Thursday to stay, so it's gonna be a good family week. All right, I want to do one thing really quick, just so I can rule out what's happening here. So there is a container running on another server that is serving the blog. I don't think traffic is being routed there though, because it's all going through Cloudflare. But I am gonna stop it just to make sure that for some reason that other server. So let's see, blog blue. We just need to stop, and then how do we remove it? Delete it. Remove it. Now go back to Zen. Let's go back over here. So go blog.sta.nz. Okay, that's pointing at the right place. Blog.stephenfreeborn.com, pointing at the right place. Links.stephenfreeborn.com, that is getting directed to the blog. So where in the chain could we have screwed this up, right? So if we're thinking about how this is working, links.stephenfreeborn.com, right, has a DNS entry. So hold on. So this guy, I don't have that one set up yet. This guy has a DNS entry that is pointing it at this currently. Right? And so this nginx is running on a server. Nginx has a configuration file for links.stephenfreeborn.com. Or I think it does. Yeah, server name links.stephenfreeborn.com. This is enabled, it's working. This configuration just should proxy all requests to the resource listening on the localhost port 777, which it is. Or there is something running there, and we can see it's running there. And this is the site that we've been working on. See, this the bio. There's the profile. So this is it's the right thing. We're not running the wrong container. Now, when we hit stiva.nz, we get the default Nginx config, which is what I would expect. If we do, I wonder if it's because we don't have the TLS set up. If we don't have, since we don't have HTTPS set up, I wonder if there's something happening there. So maybe Cloudflare is forcing us through HTTPS, and somehow we're ending up on the blog page. I don't know why that would be the case, but here, we can test that. Let's turn off the proxy real quick. So now it's not proxying through Cloudflare anymore, or it shouldn't be. It may take a minute for that to take effect. So something's redirecting it. It's almost like the blog configuration is handling it, isn't it? Like, that's almost what it feels like. Maybe it's not symlinked properly. I don't know. There's probably an Nginx catch-all, right? Does your default or blog has a catch-all? Let's check. Let's see, sudo, or let's do vim because it's probably a little easier to read. Sudo vim etc, and let's just go there. Nginx sites enable. Let's do that. What? CD command not found. What are you talking about? Okay, let's look at the default. No, because this isn't a catch-all. This should only be handling freeborn.cloud. We can look at the blog. Cat. Well, actually, let's look at steven.nz. I don't think this should be applicable though, right? Because the server names don't match. I mean, the purpose of the CNAME record is just to point it to the same location as this domain, but once it hits that server, then Nginx should take over and it should serve the request based on where the request came from. Yeah. I'm confused. I'm confused, man. I'm confused how we're ending up at the blog site. There's just no reason why. Unless I've entered the DNS wrong. I mean, maybe the DNS entry's wrong. I don't know. Let me double check. I mean, I do fuck things up sometimes, so. No. Okay, let's try again. No catch-all yet? Yeah, I don't know what I don't have. There shouldn't be a catch-all in here. Let's see. Cat links.stephenfreeborn.com. Cat blog.stephenfreeborn.com. So this seems to be, for whatever reason, this seems to be what's lighting up whenever we hit that URL. Why it's lighting up, though, I don't know. I don't know. I think I need caffeine, and then we'll come back and try to see if we can't solve it. Santo, hello Santo, how are you doing? We are currently fighting. We're in a fight for our lives against Nginx, and copy and paste that into Discord. Yeah, for sure, I can do that. So this is the one cat blog. This seems to be what's lighting up, is this guy. Why? I don't know, but this seems to be what's lighting up. Yeah, let's see. Does your Nginx config have a dedicated server block for links.subdomain? That got me a few times. I think it does. Hold on, let me paste this into Discord and then for Pablo, and then I'm gonna put it into Nginx config troubles. I'm gonna start a thread. Config for blog.stephenfreeborn.com. I think it does. Let me double check there real quick, just because I don't want to assume that I've done anything right. I just put that in the coding channel, Pablo. So you're saying, does it have a dedicated server block for that domain? I'm pretty sure it does. So I created a separate, I usually, for each domain or subdomain, I usually create a separate config file for it. So in this case, I have links.stephenfreeborn.com. And right now, the server block for it just looks like this. So server name here, server name here. So very simplistic configuration. And then I just have one DNS entry that looks like, I can show that to you too. I'll take all the brain power we have around the world. Yeah, so we have, nobody hacked me. Let's see, DNS records. We have links. Yeah, we just have one entry that points links.stephenfreeborn.com to this domain. And this domain is pointed at the server in question. So I don't know. And I'm not proxying it through Cloudflare at the moment, so I can just take Cloudflare out of the equation. Yeah, I don't know. Root domain config exists somewhere. The root domain For StephenFreeborn.com, no, because StephenFreeborn.com actually is served from GitHub Pages. So a little weird thing there. But like, yeah, but all the other things that I serve work, like GitHub, StephenFreeborn.com, that's working. And that's a completely different server, though. You know? I don't know. I need caffeine, and then I'll come back. If you guys think of something to troubleshoot when I come back, let me know. But at the moment, I'm currently blocked. That's the official status of the stream at the moment. It's like a stand-up. I'm blocked. I'll be right back. I'll probably go for a little bit longer. I haven't heard my family moving around much upstairs, so I'll have a nice long Monday stream. I'll be right back. Alright. Will we conquer? This is the question. Can we overcome? I think we can. I feel like we can. Question is, how? I wonder if it's just like, what if it, I mean, could this be like DNS caching related? You know, like I'm messing with actual. So we do curl v. I don't know. Since Steva dot. Okay, hold on. Cat Etsy sites or sudo Etsy sites enabled. Pablo's gonna help me fix this. Sorry, Nginx sites. Got too many windows now. I've lost all window discipline. All tab discipline has gone out the window. It's just a madhouse. I feel like it's always a DNS cache issue later down the road. Everything always magically works. Yes, I feel like that could be what we're encountering here. Well, what's really weird is honestly is if I do, when I ping, it's like it's still going through. What's really weird is there must be some amount of DNS caching going on, because when I ping my site, it still appears like it's going through Cloudflare as a proxy, even though I have the proxy turned off. So I wonder, let's see, let's just delete this record. I don't know if that will help me at all, but. Man, what a pain in the ass this turned into. Nginx logs maybe? Yeah, maybe. Put the logs in AI. Yeah. I mean, but if it really is a DNS cache thing, the best thing to do would be to wait. You know what I mean? Hold on. Was I logged out that whole time? Yeah, so if I ping... Yeah, something is aggressively cached. DNS resolves really quickly. Yeah, I mean, what turned to be a hustle? What? What are you talking about? Where am I? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, could it just be cached on my machine? Oh, there we go. Yep, you're right, Pablo. So now, links dot, it's not resolving to anything now. So if we do links.stephenfreeborn.com, we're not resolving to anything. Okay, so we're kind of like back to a fresh state. So the question becomes, why when I add okay, so if let's say I'm just using DNS. Where am I? I just came to the stream, so what are the issues you are dealing with at the moment? So what we're basically trying to do is we have a little links website that we built using Go, and we've got it deployed out there. So let's see, Docker run. So we have this site that we built. I guess we probably should give some context because the audience has probably turned over a few times at this point. Did Power Toys died on me. That was weird. Okay, so localhost 77. So we have this website that we built. Right? Pretty simplistic site. Now we have it Dockerized and we have it running out on our server, right? So if we curl HTTP localhost 777. So we have this running on a server. So now what we're trying to do is we're trying to make it publicly accessible from this server. And I'm trying to add a DNS entry into Cloudflare that points this domain, links.stephenfreeborn.com, to this site running on the server. However, well, that was weird. However, whenever I do that, it doesn't work. So that's currently the problem at the moment. That's the current issue. So the question is, what do we want to do about this? That's the question. I think what we want to do is we want to try to add the DNS entry back. Curl links.stevensite.local, not localhost. Hold on, wait. Did you understand the problem? I curled localhost just to show you that it's running on the server, right? So I just did that to show you that the container with my site is running on the remote machine, on the remote server. So what we need to do is we want to add a DNS entry for links.stevenfreeborn.com. Now I'm going to do that again over here in the Cloudflare panel. When we did this earlier, we had some weird behaviors, but we cleared that DNS record and we're going to add it back. So let's go back and let's add it again. It is a CNAME. Oh, you know what? I have an idea. Okay, hold on one sec. I have an idea of why this don't work. So give me 1 second. I know. Dude, when something clicks and you're like, yes, I know why I broke it. Well, actually, I should take that back. I don't know why I broke it, but I do understand why I was still seeing the behavior even after I disabled the proxy, right? Because I was proxying one record to another DNS entry that was being proxied, right? Does that make sense? So I put a record that routed that traffic to another place that was already proxied. So when I disabled the proxy on the first DNS entry, it still routed me to a place that was proxied by Cloudflare. So that's why I was still seeing Cloudflare involved after I had disabled the proxy on the DNS entry. I know, I'm smart. Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna do links, and then we're gonna point that directly there. And we are going to not proxy it for now. Okay. And let's just make sure we have sudo etc nginx sites enabled. Let's make sure we have links. Oh, whoops. Just want to make sure that this is still configured. Yep, that's the way I had it. So let's clear. And then now let's try to curl links.stevenfreeborn.com. Hey, there we go. Okay, let's try to hit it in the browser. Yeah, I don't care. It's not secure at the moment. Hey, looky there. Let's go. So now we need to set up TLS. So basically what I did was, instead of, I think our issue was something related to Cloudflare proxying the request to the steva.nz domain and it forcing HTTPS. And for whatever reason, I don't know why, but for whatever reason, it was falling back to using the blog website to serve a response. I don't know why, but that's what it was doing. So when I took out the middleman and just pointed this domain straight at the server, then we don't have this issue. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to proxy this and see what happens. Where's my Zen browser? I guess I need a new window. That's still working. Wonderful. Wonderful. We're making progress. Now we just need to set up our cert. We should be good to go. We're proxying through Cloudflare now, so that's what we want. And now we just want to be able to serve it over HTTPS. But it's not going to work. So let's set up our cert. Yeah. Not exit. Clear. Rainkeeper. See you, Rainkeeper. Thanks for hanging out with us. Appreciate it. But I don't know why you would use localhost to show me when you could curl the site where you deployed it to, unless the site doesn't respond. That's why. I was just showing you like the thing is running on the machine. Where am I? This is why I don't like too many levels of proxying. Yeah, that's kind of, yeah, I would totally agree with that. HTTPS point to blog? It does it? Maybe? I honestly don't know. Hit it with stress test to see how much it can handle, because that is the point of Golang. That'd be kind of cool. Stress test it? Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. First thing first, though, we need to finish getting the cert stood up so we can serve it over HTTPS. So I just use certbot to do that. Because, well, why not? Cat. So the way I do that is I do sudo certbot, and then there's a nginx plugin for certbot. And then you should, if you have your site already set up and enabled, you should be able to say links.stephenfreeborn.com, and you should be able to say what else? You should be able to say www.links.stephenfreeborn.com, and it should handle this. Let's see. Certbot can obtain and install by default. It will attempt links.stephenfreeborn.com unrecognized arguments. Oh, I think I have to pass D, right? I have to flag it. Just say D and then whoops. D. And let's see if it works. I heard you like proxies, so I put a proxy in your proxies. It says the certificate authority reported these problems in X domain looking for a blah, blah, blah. Check that DNS record is this domain. Oh yeah, it doesn't. Does not. It does not exist for this domain. We need to add one. Or actually, this could just be a CNAME record. This can just point to let's try again. It take a minute for it to. I don't know. Does anybody even use WW anymore? So let's do sudo vim etsy /nginx.sites available, and then we'll do links, and we'll do a little bit of formatting here. Jan, I think is how you say your name, Jan or Jan. I'm gonna say Jan. Thanks for subscribing, man. I appreciate it. Very kind. Let's clean this file up a little bit. Okay, I think that works. So let's quit that all out. Let's do sudo nginx sudo nginx s reload. And now let's try to hit this over HTTPS. See if it works. Hey, there we go. Let's go. Awesome. All right, we still have one problem though, right? We saw proxy, the coolest word ever. So the Golang site just serves a static HTML for now. What's the next step on the learning Go ladder? I think so. The learning Go, basically the plan that we put in place, or the plan I put in place. I always say we, like you guys, like you, like I dragged you guys into all this. So the plan I had come up was basically this. So we did tour of Go, then we did learn Go with Tess, and then we did like a week of practicing old advent of code problems, which was a lot of fun. But given that the real advent of code starts next Monday, I thought it would probably be good to give myself a break, just to give myself a breather to, like, not burn myself out before the real thing starts. So this week, or for the next 7 days or whatever it is, I think we're going to build some projects. So the first thing we had started working on was this Stevens link thing. So that's why I've been trying to deploy this, was just so we could finish this simple application. I don't really have any concrete ideas for the next thing to build. I had an idea upstairs. So if any of you guys have an espresso machine, you know that whenever you switch out your beans, you have to change your settings, right? You kind of have to like redial in your settings. And I thought interesting application to build might be like a machine setting tracker. So like you can enter the brand and the roast and the, give it all the, you basically give it a coffee, and then you can save some settings that are associated with that coffee, so you can essentially keep track of, like, whenever you buy different beans, you don't have to go through the process of like guessing the settings to use. You can just reference what you used in the past. Why that would be interesting for a project is it would force me to have to build a front end, right, and a back end in Go. It could all be just one application, but it would force me to have to build that. It'd force me to have to figure out how to work with a database in Go. What else? I thought about some sort of CLI tool, but I don't know what I would build a CLI tool around. But that's basically where we're headed next, is like just different odds and ends projects to kind of explore the Go ecosystem. Although after advent of code, I don't know how much I'll work with Go, because I still like C# and .NET more than I do Go. So we'll see. There's a nano Go compiler that will work on IoT devices. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I don't know. The Go has been a nice, a fun side quest, but I don't think it's going to become my main language. What's the URL? Oh, this is the URL for the site. This is where we ended up putting it, for now at least. .NET 10 with the single file projects is cool. It is cool, yeah. That's a very cool feature. I really like that feature a lot. Technically, it could be dynamic, but the use case didn't have any dynamic stuff. Yeah, I think we will probably update this site to load the links from a JSON, like a remote JSON file or something. But the static, I just wanted to get it deployed. Was the main goal today. I feel like we accomplished our main goal, though, that we had set out earlier today. The only thing we didn't figure out was why my automated deployment doesn't. Why my GitHub Actions cannot pull and run the server. That's the only thing we couldn't figure out. We should be able to do docker stop links.stephenfreeborn.com, and then we should be able to do docker remove. But for whatever reason, I don't think this is actually running the right. I think this is getting like sanitized for some reason. I don't know why, but I think it's getting sanitized. Like, let me just try to print this real quick. Like echo links.stephenfreeborn.com. The simplicity wasn't enough attraction away from .NET. Well, I just don't look at .NET as being that. I don't look at .NET as being that complicated. You know, I mean, if anything, I think .NET makes life simpler because it has way more in the box, which is weird. That's like a weird. I know that sounds weird. So Go definitely is simple. But because .NET solves so many problems out of the box, working with .NET and working with C# actually feels simpler. I know it's strange, but I just swallowed a tiny chicken bone and my life flashed before my eyes. Dude, choking is no joke, man. That's scary shit. The feeling of choking, I can't tell you how scary that is. It's super, super scary. Especially if you're alone, like if you're by yourself and you start to feel yourself choke. Whew, talk about a panic-inducing experience. The last time I choked real bad was on like chicken and rice. I know it's such a bro meal to be eating, but I was eating chicken and rice at our old apartment, and I wasn't alone. The kids were there, my wife was there. But I felt myself choke, and like the panic just immediately set in. It's an awful feeling. I hope you're okay, Renee. Like, I hope we're not making light of it, but I hope you're okay. That would actually be like a terrible scenario to have someone in chat and them choke and us not know it, and that's why they no longer come back and hang out on stream. See, now you've kicked off my anxious dad brain. My brain immediately just starts spiraling into all the worst of the worst, most terrible things that could ever happen. Let's see. What do I want to do now? Oh, I want to try to run that. I want to try to rerun the deployment. I'm going to close the Cloudflare panel. Yeah, with Golang, you have to build the extra stuff or look if somebody already done it. .NET has lots of utilities and stuff built in. Yeah, even just the standard library. Like for example, like .NET standard library has a queue class. It has a stack. It has, it has all these like basic things that you might have to do or work with at some point in time that in languages like Go or even Java, I mean, JavaScript's the same way, right? Like, you can accomplish all the same thing, but like, who wants to have to implement their own queue class or every single time they want to work with a queue, right? Or who wants to go have to pull in a new package every single time, or go look for a new package every single time they want to solve a solved problem? That isn't me like taking a shot at Go. It's just something about C# that I appreciate. There's definitely benefits to the opposite, I'm sure, as well. I'm glad I know how to write Go, though, and I'm sure I'll use it from time to time. I'm getting ready to spend a whole month using it. Let's see. Yeah, links right here. So let's run the action again. I have a suspicion that there's something about the way GitHub Actions is dealing with my secrets. I want to run. Why doesn't it give me the option to dispatch it? Is the workflow invalid or something? Did I screw up the... Have you looked at Rust or CPP before, focusing on Go? So I tried to learn Rust for a little bit at the beginning of this year, and then I started picking it up just this month again too. So I have you can kind of see on my GitHub, I started with the Rust. What is it? The Rust programming language. Yeah, so I started that, I guess, back in December of 2024. I didn't make it all the way through. I think I made it to like chapter 8 or something like that before I just stalled. And then I just recently started a course on Pluralsight called Rust Fundamentals. Yeah, this one. I just started this like 2 weeks ago. So I've been slowly making my way through it when I have free time, but no rush. But yeah, I definitely am interested in it, I've never written C. I've never written C++. So Rust is kind of the lowest level type of language that I've ever worked with. Almost everything else I've written has been like a garbage collected language. So I haven't really done much programming that required manually manipulating memory or really worrying about dealing with memory that much myself. What you like and dislike about it? Well, I mean, I've written less than 5,000 lines of code in it at this point, right? So like it's hard for me to pass judgment on it. Based on how far I made it in the Rust programming language book, I think my number one takeaway was it was just there's an extra layer of complexity when you have to think about ownership and the borrow checker, right? And I'm sure it's the same level of cognitive load that you experience when you're writing C and you're having to think about how much memory do you allocate? Did you clean up that memory, right? You have to keep that all in your mind at the same time as you're actually trying to solve the problem that you're trying to solve, which was interesting. I think the immutability of Rust is nice. That was one thing I do remember thinking was really nice. The fact that you have to like explicitly opt in to mutability, I thought that was a good decision. But yeah, talk to me maybe in another year or so where I've actually had more time to try to actually do things with it, I like it for being super fast. Don't care about mem safety, so I'll use Rust CLI tools. What I don't like about it, complicated code. Yeah, when I've seen people snip, like the code that I've written in the things that I've done with it, which has all been kind of in a learning context, I don't find it terribly like difficult to read. But when I see snippets of people who are good at writing Rust and I see their code, I think this is difficult to read. And so maybe that's just a skill issue on my part or their appetite for really terse code. But yeah, I feel you there. All right, I was gonna try to rerun that workflow to see why I can't figure out why the deployment doesn't work. No, I didn't choke Sharpbone. It's up to the gods of chicken now. Are you supposed to eat chicken bones though? That's the thing. I didn't think. What's my error? Check failure on line 48. What? Well, this is a new one. It was working. I mean, we were running this workflow just a little bit ago. I don't know why. Okay, let's push that up. I'm gonna have to squash all these commits. Git push. Okay, did that fix the error? No. Yeah, that fixed the error. Okay, weird. So all I did was I added Docker stop links.stephenfreeborn.com, and then I added Docker remove like that. Life is life, man. The C is a lot easier to learn, but you will leak memory at the beginning for sure if you don't pay attention to every malloc pointer. Yeah, I've never written any C. Never been down that side quest. I think for whatever reason, I think my computer like switched over to a light mode. Like in the middle of the stream, it switched to light mode. I don't know why it did that. Oh my god, so blinding. Maybe it heard me bad mouthing light mode earlier in the stream. Okay. That's still fine. And now all I want to do is I just want to echo. I think it just did it again. It just switched back to light mode again. What the hell is happening? Maybe that's my computer trying to tell me, hey man, it's time to shut the stream down. Echo links.stephenfreeborn.com. Microsoft find code at work. I guess I have no idea why that. I've never had that happen before. That's the most random thing ever. Okay, let's try to run now the workflow. See what happens. Oh no, that's not what did I not push it up? Ah, dang it. I mean, it's gonna fail, so just cancel it. What did I miss? Oh, nothing. We got it working. I think you were here when we got the site working. Now I'm trying to figure out why my GitHub Actions is stupid and doesn't work. Hey man, how many hours per day do you usually work / code? I don't code. I probably code. If you take work out of the picture, I probably write code for somewhere between 2 and 6 hours a day, every day, depending on just like what I'm doing, you know, what we did on stream, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, see, look, I think it's because my username is a secret, it's scrubbing it from this. I'll bet we can fix that if we change my username to a variable instead of a secret. That must be a new GitHub Actions thing. Yeah, so like anywhere between 2 and 6 hours a day, and then but if you factor in work, then it's like what would be 6 to 10 hours a day. You know, like I don't know if you count coding at work or not. But yeah, I usually work like I usually get up, I stream from like 4:15 to 7. Then I work from 8 to 5, and then usually I tinker with stuff in the evenings, like, you know, work on side projects and whatnot. So, yeah, just, you know, as much time as I can spend doing it, I'll do it. Because it's fun. It's fun, man. Yeah, you need to set it as either a secret or a variable. No, I think GitHub Actions has a protective mechanism where if something has the potential to get written to the console, it scrubs it out, I think. And so I think what's getting passed to my Docker run command is actually some weird thing like this and not the actual contain. I mean, I guess we could test that one more time before I make the change to a variable instead of a secret. Let's do that real quick. Hold on. Let's go over to Docker Hub. So let's go over to Docker Hub. And let's grab an actual thing there. We'll just hard code it in there. So we'll say Docker pull and then we'll do something like this. I have a similar system and secrets work just fine. That scrub thing is just GitHub behavior. If you do a Docker inspect, it's going to be there just fine. Okay, let's see if that's the case. Because I just hard coded it instead of deriving it from variables. So chore. If this works, then obviously it's something with how I was doing it earlier. Kind of getting hungry. We've been live for 4 hours. This might be one of the longest streams I've ever done. At least longest at this time slot. Yeah, it worked. Okay, so you're right. Cyberlanka, you're right. So there's something about how... Okay, so what was it? Here. Oh, I know what it is. This shouldn't be... I know exactly what it is. Do you guys see it? Anybody else see it? This is not going to resolve to the version here. Right? It actually needs to resolve to this one. Right? So it needs to resolve to this output and not the step output. That's my bad. That's my bad. So it needs, I think it needs to be, instead of steps.version, I think it needs to be needs. Also, I don't know why this is so small. Sorry, that was probably hard to read. This would be needs, I think. Dude, that's so silly. It's always small shit like that. Somebody said that earlier. Renee or somebody, Gunhighs. Somebody said it's always the small little configuration things staring you right in the face. And he was right. He was 100% right. Yeah, it's needs.build.outputs.version. So let's come up here. Let's do tag equals needs dot build. And then we can save ourselves from repeating ourselves here. And we can do $tag. Do the same here. $tag. Needs.build.outputs.version, right? Is that right? Build output version. Well, lottie freaking da. Git commit mjor fix workflow. How do you squash the last X commits? Like all the ones that say debug log. I think I can do rebase interactive, can I? Let's see. Gemini. Get base dash I. Or is it get base or is it get rebase? Let's see. How to squash how to squash commits from one commit to another by commit SHA. Sorry, yeah, is it get rebase dash I? Is that the best one? Gemini's really thinking. It's probably going to tell me the same thing Renee just told me. If squashing between specific, I can do get rebase dash I onto. Okay. Get. We do get rebase dash I. Cannot rebase your index will not contain an. Dash I. Yeah, but I want to do. Rebase from here. This is where get for me is like get all of a sudden becomes this archaic thing that I have no idea how to work with. It's in the interactive file will tell you in there how to do the squash, yeah, and then you're going to have to use dash dash force after. The force is fine. So I want to rebase from one to the other, but I want to do multiple. Get log. Use you think Copilot's better? I haven't noticed. But we can definitely use Copilot. Let's see. Let's do. Copilot. Oh my gosh, my leg fell asleep. It's sitting too long. No. Ah, damn it. This is a good sign that this stream has gone on too long when your leg falls asleep. Alright. I'm currently at commit this guy. But I want to squash everything from where I am to commit into a single commit. What do I do with Git to accomplish this? Excuse me. Just be careful with dash dash force afterwards. Why, man? Let's just blow it away. Let's just blow it away. So this is basically git rebase -I and the commit that I want to rebase to, essentially. So pick, use commit, R is reword, use commit but edit the commit message, S is squash. Okay, so I want to squash everything. Squash. There's some way I can do this quicker, but I don't remember how to do it in NeoVim or in Vim Motions. There's somehow I can do like a find and replace line by line or by item, but I don't remember how to do it. So you cannot squash without a previous commit. Oh. It seems that there's already a rebase. If this is please try git rebase continue. Is that not the case? Let's try again. So we'll do squash, and then we'll leave the last one as picked. Just to make sure you're using the correct commands. Alright, yay, man. I'm following Copilot's lead here. I mean, this is just like a little throwaway project, so if I fuck it up, I don't really care. Let's see. Did I just screw it again? Git rebase -- continue. How did I screw it up? I don't think I understand what I'm doing. Time to find out how to do that find and replace. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, 100%. So is it... Oh, so it's saying I want to... squash everything into the last one? Meaning, so is the last one the top or is the last one the bottom? Squash, squash, pick. Yeah, I thought that's what I did. Right? I thought that's what I did. Bottom is last. Yeah, that's what you can check. I'm pretty sure that's what I did, man. So we're rebasing onto... Oh, no, actually... Yeah, this is right. Yeah, squash. 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 Pick. Right? That's right. I'm just going to copy this. Cannot squash without a previous commit. Cannot squash without a previous commit. What are you talking about? Alright, we're going to go the other way. We're going to do the other way. You want to pick at the top. Okay. That's what I was saying. Maybe we do the opposite direction. So today we are learning about interactive rebasing. As you can tell, I haven't had much need to do this activity. There we go. And so you're saying it'll reject, and so we'll do git is-force, override it. And now we need to actually test that our deploy still works. Do one more deploy. Then we'll clean all this crap up. But the bottom one is actually the newest horrible UX. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would think descending, right? Newest at the top, oldest at the bottom. You did it 5 times. As you can tell, I'm quite the Git ninja, quite the Git wizard. I'm hoping this works. Excuse me. There we go. It works. Wonderful. Okay, so what do we want to do with this project, if anything more? I think, if anything more, what we want to do with it, I'm just going to go through and add some to-dos, and then we can call it a day. So I think we want to add a pull request. So we'd like to implement a, or that's not how you do a comment in YAML, is it? Pull requests workflow. And what else? We'd like to load the links from an external source. This could honestly be, it could be a static file in the repo. Or it could be fetched. But I'm not really torn about either one. What else? I think that's it. I mean, the site basically serves the purpose it's meant to serve, right? It's just supposed to be some place that we can direct people to say, hey, if you want my links, go here. I do think one interesting thought is, I think it would be kind of interesting since this is just an interesting thought I'm going to add here. We don't have to actually do this, but how do you do a comment in? There we go. Generate alt text dynamically, right? So because my profile picture is being loaded remotely from github.com, it's entirely possible that I change the profile picture and then this alt text is no longer good alt text, right? Because I had Gemini actually generate this alt text for me. I mean, obviously I could solve this by just doing like Steven's profile picture, right? But that's not really good alt text, right? For a blind person, that's not real. You're supposed to like describe the image. So I wonder if it would be possible to use an LLM to always make sure that anytime my profile picture changes, we just regenerate the alt text. And somehow we like cache that to know that the image hasn't changed between requests, which I think we'd have to do in our Go code, right? We'd have to do this in our Go code. Like we'd have to fetch the image on the server, send it to the LLM, get the alt text, and then we'd have to do something on the server to know that the image that we got from GitHub is unchanged between renderings of this page. That seems like a lot of work for not a lot of value, doesn't it? Fetch diff LLM cache. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that someone's gonna get a timeout once. Yeah, exactly. It seems like a lot of work for not a lot of benefit. But I don't know. It's something we could think about doing. Just an idea. But other than that, I think that's it. I mean, that's basically the only purpose of the site is just to serve as a place to link people to shit. And we learned a little bit about how to write a web server in Go. Oh, I have an idea real quick before we hop off. See how I'm saying I'm 32? That's dynamic, right? So I'm going to age, and I don't want to have to update that every time. So couldn't I pass my calculated age? Like, okay, just hear me out. Const birth year equals 1993. And then couldn't I just calculate age? Like, age equals, I don't know how to get the current year. Yeah, you can on t.execute. Okay, so how in Go, how to get current year? You can just do year from date dot year. What? All the methods you're looking for exist on the time.time type. Yeah, but I want to know like today's date. You know what I mean? I want to know like today. Time.now.date. Okay. So you want a date difference, grab now, grab your birth date, and diff them. Yeah, so you do time.now. Copilot already knows what I'm trying to do. Time and then minus birth year, right? And then I can render that into, so how do I do that? How do I pass age in? I guess I probably want like a struct that's like type index view model. This is the C# developer coming. Don't do just birth year because it's gonna be wrong half of the year. Oh, yep. You're right. You're right. Yeah. This is true. So what does now return? Does now return like a date object? No, that returns a time object. So what hangs off a time? Compares the time instance with t with you. If t is before you, it returns -1. If t is after. Okay, so there's a bunch of methods that hang off this thing. Returns t with location set to. Wow, they've got a lot. They've actually got quite a bit of stuff that hang off this time object, huh? They've got constants for all the months and days. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. So I think ideally, Wilo, but he's basically in a video called Pablo now. No, I think basically you can subtract the Unix timestamp for your birth date to the current timestamp. You get the difference in millis. Yeah, that'd work, wouldn't it? Let's see. Let's see if there's a way to do this in Go. Pretty straightforward. Let's see. Go calculate years between two dates. There's no built-in methods to do this. There are no built-in methods for calculating the number of days, weeks, months, or years between two dates. You have to do it manually using the duration.hours. Are you serious? Come on, guys. Come on. Dude, I mean it's not a big deal, but like it's just like I mean you would think people have to work with dates quite a bit. Um, okay, I mean it's not a big deal. Okay, so the first date. So we do time dot date is 1993 dot April, and then the day. Yeah, I don't know what I don't know what time I was born at. So that's my birthday. And then we can do time dot now. So this is a date object though. So how do I get the birthday invalid type? What? Why is it invalid? Can I not declare a constant that way? Date time dot date declare constant. You will have to build your own function. Yeah, or get the experience of installing a package. I like that one. Huh. So if I do var birthday date, what does this type return? Oh, this is t. Time dot time. Not enough arguments in call to time dot date. Oh, so I have to give all the arguments? Ugh, it's ugly. Time dot UTC. And then we can do time now sub birthday dot hours. That's basically what that guy was saying to do in that article. That's basically what he said to do. Calculate the years by doing int 64. This. I mean, I don't think this is perfect, but it's whatever. It'll be good enough. 24 divided by 3, 65. And then we pass. So you're saying I can pass this in? So how do I access this on the other side? time since. How do I access time since for shortcut? So how do I access age? I'm actually gonna also do const days in year and const hours. Temple's documentation is a better explanation than I can give. Yeah, so let me see. Go template access data execute. Oh, okay, so I should probably, I guess, declare a struct then, huh? So we do type index view model. That's the C# developer coming out of me. Age, that's fine. And then we do temple data, that's fine. Age is age, like that. Actually, this should be, I guess, view model. View model. And then we pass the view model here. And then in the template, right? The template over here, we can do dot age, like that. See if that runs. Okay, let's go to localhost. I think we want to use an int, don't you? Or actually, we want to floor it, is what we want to do. So go floor. That's very, yeah, it's very accurate. It's very much like that's how a developer, that's how like a real 10x developer would report their age. You know, like someone's like, so how old are you? And they're like, well, I'm 32.62356589. That's fine. Go math.floor. Wow, it's almost 9 o'clock. I need to go upstairs and see. Yeah, math.floor. And you can find that starting at the yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a 10x developer right there. So I'm gonna say math.floor, and I'm gonna floor the age. And this actually should be math. We want to import that. Is it math? Yeah, right? Math is a thing. But floor is not. There we go. There we go. Well, that was cool to learn about how to work with templates and template data. We hadn't done that yet. That was a good excuse to do that. Now time travel. Oh yeah, we could. Yeah, we could say. Well, first of all, we could actually just make myself older, couldn't we? We could say, well, I'm born in '95. That didn't work. Oh, that's the live site. Whoops. There you go. 30 years. Yep. It's working. Cool. It would actually kind of be funny to leave it with the precision. That's younger. Yeah, sorry, younger is what I meant, not older. It would actually be kind of funny to leave it with the precision in there. All right, so we'll say git add git commit im feature make age dynamic. You know what though? If we were like hover to reveal. Yeah, that would be funny too. But I'm honestly, I can't wait to be old. I can't wait to be 70 years old. I think yeah, it's fine. This is fine. I'm hungry and I can hear my kids up running around. So that should kick off a deployment, I think, to main. Now we get to actually test our workflow in action. This was fun. Fun stream. Dungeon GD. Ooh, you're still live? Yeah, what's up, man? Yeah, it's a long stream today. I'm getting ready to hop off, though. It's 9 o'clock. I gotta go up and say good morning to the family. This was much longer than I normally stream. So it built successfully. Great. We're deploying it now. It should be up and running. So really, we shouldn't expect anything different. We should be able to just go to that website. It should still say 32. But after my birthday, we will expect it to say 33, and I won't have to do anything to change it. All right, guys. I think that's going to do it for me. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me so much, keeping me company. This is a blast. I'm glad we worked through the DNS issues and getting the site deployed. Well, I don't know how much I'm going to work. I don't know if I'm going to come back and work with this on stream. I kind of want to look at building a REST API or something in Go, or figure out how to work with like a SQLite database in Go. Hey, Sogo. I don't know. We'll vibe it out tomorrow and see. We have 6 days of, we can basically do whatever we really want, and then when Advent of Code starts, we're going to focus on that. But for the next intervening few days, we can really kind of vibe whatever we feel like doing or looking at. So if you guys have ideas, yeah, hell yeah, REST API. Yeah, so if you guys have ideas or things that you think make an agent, we could make an agent in Go. I wonder how difficult that is in Go. Wonder if there's libraries around that kind of stuff. All right, so let's wrap up. First and foremost, if you want to talk to me or chat outside of stream, the best place to find us is our Discord, which I'll put the link in the chat. If you're new here and you enjoyed the stream and you think you might want to come back, again, my schedule is typically 4:15 a.m. in the morning to about 7 a.m., and that's Central Standard Time. Sometimes, like on the weekends like today, I'll go later. Just depends on what's going on in the house and what's going on with the family. So I'll be back tomorrow morning. If you're here and want to hang out, stop in, say hi. I always appreciate it when I see some familiar faces like my friend Pablo and Sogo and Shudo. All these people are Dungeon GD. All these guys are returned viewers, which I always appreciate. So with that, I hope you guys have a great rest of your Sunday. If it's already Monday for you, I hope you have a great Monday. And oh, actually, hold on. It's not Sunday. It's Monday. I hope you have a great Monday. And if it's already Tuesday for you, have a great Tuesday. And I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Can't wait for AOC. Me too, man. AOC is going to be so much fun. All right, guys. Bye, y'all. Bye, chat. Bye, Dungeon. Bye, Pablo. Bye, Shudo. Bye, Sogo. Bye, Wilo Gamer Pro. Anybody else who's still in chat, thanks for hanging out. Bye, guys. Bye.